What is up, you guys? Your boy Rob Hollow Avarice back in with some more gaming goodness. Today we are here to play some more Genshin Impact. Last time on we did two streams for the 4.6 update. We are now in the second half of 4.6. So a few more events have kicked off and a new story is available. CYNO'S Story Act 2. Also going on right now, two things. Wind Trace, which I have been doing Wind Trace. Not a lot. I've only played a couple times. But enough, I believe, to get all of the... But I need to do one more, probably tomorrow, to get the last of the Primogems from it. Decent rewards. Nothing mind-blowing. But we are here also for the Iridescent Arataki Rocket for Life Tour de Force of Awesomeness. You might see now why I put the title of this video as ITTO'S musical event. Because the Iridescent Arataki Rocket for Life Tour de Force of Awesomeness sounds good, but is a bit of a mouthful. So we're seeing the return of the musician from not this year's, but last year's Lantern, right? We have a new instrument available to us, a free Goro, which I think I have Goro Max, Crown of Insight, and Supremos. So I definitely want to check it out. And we're going to check out the new story event for CYNO. As we are getting started, thank you so much for joining me. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing any polls today. It's just gameplay that I'm going to be doing. Did I ever recover? I never recovered. This is probably going to be the last Genshin stream I do until 4.7 comes out. Obviously, we got Stabilize!
Shine down! For Rex Weapons!
And Sethos, all in 4.7.
There is no escape! Torn to oblivion!
Gather!
Access denied!
So we got 3 brand new characters coming out in 4.7. They actually just dropped the drip for Sethos today. So I think I need 3 more of those. So what I'm doing right now, actually, is I've been, over the past week, fighting the Millennial Pearl Seahorse, the Hydrotulpa, and with what I have left right now, let's go fight this thing.
Solidify!
Born of ice and frost, all hail! do. Boing, boing, boom!
Because these three have all the materials necessary for getting Cloran, CYNO'S, and CYTTO'S to the next level. So I need 26 to get them up to 70/80 to that 80 level threshold, which is where most of my characters are sitting right now. So I need 8 more of these. It's a max of 4 more fights. I've also been going around getting all the required BS. So obviously those are the things that I've been getting right now. So yes, I need 26 of these. I'm good on those. Or no, these. Sorry. Yes, 3. So I have more than 26, more than 26. Almost 26. Almost 26. So to send all 3 of those characters. I might need a few more of these bad boys, but we'll figure that out later. I've also been... This has been the pain. I've been alright on Maritime Flowers, which are for CYNO'S, I believe. I need to get a few more these Lumatoires for Clorand, and a few more, I think, of these for CYTTO'S. I put together an exploration team. My Dora, the explorer team. Currently has 10 RA to find Tricerite, because he's the Sumero sensing guy. These 2 for mobility, and this one for rock breaking. Man. Okay, so that's all of my resin, though. Alright. So, let's start this with ITTO. So let's heal up. Oh no, should I do a situational team? This is a team I've been playing around with now, that I've been having a lot of fun with. It's an overload team comp, but... We received a letter from the one and only Arataki Itto. Ha ha ha! Wanna guess who this is? Bingo! It's me, amigo! That's right, your bestest bud who's been down here in Inazuma missing you. I recently ran into a new Fontanian friend. He said they got a music festival called the Iridescence Tour over there. Now yours truly instantly thought of that drum-along festival we had last time, and how we drummed it up on Amakane Island, singing and scarfing roasted lavender melons. Oh yeah, now those are some great memories. You haven't forgotten either, right, compadre? But yeah, it'd be great if you could forget that part about the Tenor Commission botching their jobs and arresting me totally by mistake. I did not play that. That was in the 1 year I wasn't playing. I played all through Leeway, and I played a lot of the Leeway updates. I stopped for a good chunk of Inazuma. I'm sad to say. Screw that up. So this time, I decided to work with my new pal and host an even bigger, even badder, even wilder music party. And it's going to be called the Iridescent Arataki Rockin' for Life Tour de Force of Awesomeness. What do you think? Doesn't that name just set your soul on fire? So stop dragging your feet and get your tushy over to Watatsumi, because the one and only has still got a lot to say. Be there, be square. If you're a no-show, then there's no show. Of course, I didn't have Shinobu transcribe this for me. He totally did. to Watatsumi Island.
Final warning!
Oh my god, look at that festival stage. That was not bad before.
Whoa, so this is the venue, huh? Not half bad.
Yeah, you know what? I'll say it. Solid view. That's right. The glow of Enkanomiya, Sanganomiya, Sanganomiya. You know, I dig the vibe. Looking good, you two.
Ah, don't you worry, Jack Attack. We'll find that dog, even if it's hiding in Tenshukaku.
Ito, it's just a myth.
What dog?
Whoa, compadre! And Paimon! You finally made it! Oh man, have I missed you guys. Oh, yeah, and this is Dvorak, a musician from Fontaine. Jack Attack, you know these two, right?
Hey, Mr. Dvorak, it's you!
It's so wonderful to see you both again. I feel like that lantern rite was just yesterday.
Yeah.
How have you been?
Pretty
That was
good.
that was
So
the legend
how
right
did
where
you
we
end
saw
up
how
hanging around
Tanner's
with
human
Ito?
form for the
Is
first
he
time
helping
in
you
a
with the
flashback.
iridescence tour now?
Lady,
Oh, you better believe
Grandma
it, Minnie
Ming.
Melon. But that's only half the story. This is no ordinary iridescence tour. Me and Jack Attack are teaming up to turn this into the iridescent Arataki Rockin' for Life Tour de Force of Awesomeness.
Rockin' for life? What do you know about rock and roll, bullchucker?
Huh? What, you never heard a bull chucker rock before? Moo, moo, moo! Don't try and understand it, Minnie Melon. It'll melt your mind. It's about letting loose. Come on, give us some lavender melon rock.
Okay, speak for yourself, mister. Sounds like you're the one whose mind is
there.
melting.
Ooh. All right.
Just a local legend I heard about. Apparently there was a war between the islands of
Thanks for the
Narukami
chat,
and
you guys.
Watatsumi not too long ago. Is that right?
Such a waste. When will people learn? Make rock and roll, guys.
Not war.
Not war.
Rock,
A
bro.
tragedy to be sure. Countless animals were affected by the
Coming from
fallout.
Geo-Man
A
himself, I'm
raven,
gonna
a
swallow right here.
bakedanuki, a weasel thief, and many more sustained injuries.
Fair point. The animals didn't deserve that.
In the eyes of a rocker, all living things are equally important.
No,
Did the dog
the
injure
story
too?
goes that this dog was something like a ninkin. It would show up out of nowhere in the middle of a battle to rescue the injured animals and take them to safety.
No way. Oh, it's
Rockin' and rolling to the rescue.
Oh, God, what's his
a
name?
king among canines. Woo!
with
There'll always be a
Toga,
place for
the
him in the
tea shop.
Arataki gang.
In Rito, I was actually there while the war was going on. It inspired me to write a song about it. I was even planning to host a music festival around the same theme.
Oh, yeah. I heard all about that. They claimed they had to cancel their plans because of an accident at...
Yes, they weren't optimistic about the potential return on investment.
What kind of...
Good question. Risks only apparent to people with mora to throw around.
I agree. When people have too much mora, they lose their rock and roll spirit.
Rock is all
They
about
do,
rebellion,
huh?
man.
So what do you mean by rock and roll?
You know, the spirit of, you rock up, rock out, roll the dice, and roll with the punches.
Huh. By that
So
definition,
rocks
aren't
and
the
rolls.
investors the most rock and roll
better.
people in this scenario?
Anyway, point is, those chumps are out, and Arataki...
Oh, yeah, right! How are you?
I have faith in Ito. He tells me that the Arataki gang is a small but well-known and influential organization in this area, and has even been known to rub shoulders with the local authorities.
Rub shoulders is putting it mild.
Hey, don't look down your nose at the Arataki gang. I got connections, all right? Even the Tri-Commission listens to what I have to...
Okay, Mr. Big Shot.
You can doubt it all you want, Mini Melon, but it's the truth. You know that guy in the Yashiro Commission? Well, he and I are officially bros. That's right. And there's the general from the Tenryo Commission, Kujo Tengu. I mean, sure, we're always ribbing each other, but it comes from a place of deep mutual respect.
Mutual?
Tengo.
Yeah, Paimon's not so sure about that.
What about the
Okay, fair.
Congo
No
Commission?
first name contacts there. But the Arataki gang is a big contributor to the revenue stream. All those...
Fine?
Huh? No! I meant... But that's not all. Let's not forget my contacts outside of the Tri-Commission, huh? Amazing, talented people from all walks of life. Like, like the TCG legend, Ayato. Oh, in fact, they got a saying now. Ayato of the South, Ito of the North. That's right. I'm the only serious competition he's got in all of Inazuma.
Did you make that saying up?
Then there's the Fox Lady, VIP customer of Yukio's ramen stall and fellow participant in the Ramen Masters Championship. I was her only worthy opponent.
I mean, he's listening.
Also, you know that lonely god in Tenchukaku? Well, guess what? Turns out it was her lifelong wish to catch one of Arataki Ito's events. During the Drum-Along Festival, the Tenryo Commission were worried that their almighty shogun might have too much fun and lose interest in running the government.
God, if the riding
That's why they
shogun
invited
shows
me
up
over to
this,
stay for a
that'd
couple
be-
of days.
Wow, look at you! Sounds like you're really going up in the world. At this rate, you'll have made Shogun by the next time we see you. And then Paimon will have to call you Almighty Bullchucker.
Well, I'll admit I heard a few exaggerations there myself, but regardless...
Ah, it's nothing. Don't mention it. My bro Goro sorted it all out.
Wait, you know Goro?
Yep. I always knew him as General Goro of the Resistance Fighters. But I had no idea there was more to the story. You've, heard of Miss Hina.
Miss Hina, so you...
Hey, no need to yell, all right? Yes, Miss Hina. After falling for the Tenryo Commission's tricks at the Drum-Along Festival,
I did not
I
play
figured
the
I'd find a new
Drum-Along Festival.
location this time, somewhere out of their
Yeah.
reach, like, here. So I wrote Miss Hina a letter, asking if she knew anything about the procedure for holding an event on Watatsumi. She wrote me back right away and said I could ask Watatsumi Island's general for help. I was like, what?
That was close. Paimon's...
What do you mean? Isn't it like one general per squad?
That's called a captain.
Really? Huh. Well, either way, if it wasn't for Miss Hina, I never would have known. Pretty rock and roll, huh? All
Very
right.
rock and roll.
Good chat, compadre. I just remembered I got a meeting with Goro coming up. Gonna ask him about that dog situation. You guys focus on having a blast here at the... There's still a few days left until the big party, so not everything's set up yet. But, the Jam Zone and the Roasted Lavender Melon Zone are ready for act. Have fun, compadre.
What a character. Well, it looks like it's just the three of us for now. Why don't I show you the jam zone?
Let's jam on. This ain't your daddy's Zero Distance tour.
Drop your weapons!
Just go.
Right here. Right now.
Here we are. I've supplied musical scores and instruments from various regions, including a horn I personally brought from Fontaine. You can play whatever music you like. If you get tired, the Roasted Lavender Melon Zone is just over there. Ito says that lavender melons are rock and roll fuel.
I guess it makes Paimon flying rock and roll fuel.
Ouch! Oh, lucky Ito's gone. Let's change the topic.
Well, we're planning to invite some more music enthusiasts, and we're still getting some supplies together. But it could take some time. The Arataki gang has shifted their focus to the dog situation. Only one of them is actually sticking to the plan.
Yeah,
Her name is
that
Kuki
makes
Shinobu.
sense.
She's out delivering invitations right now.
Yep, that's the Arataki gang for ya. Everyone, we should help out. We can't let this event get totally
Oh, I mean, Are you sure? That
Absolutely, we can
would
handle
be extremely useful.
No problem. We're happy to help. So you need us to find some music lovers and gather materials for
Exactly. According to the original plan, we aim to finish everything in 5 days, and then the big party can be... Actually, give me a second. I'll make you a checklist of all the outstanding tasks. Oh, also, one other tidbit to share with you. ITTO is planning to perform a song on stage on the final day of the event.
typical bull chucker always has to be the center of attention.
Let's invite the bard.
Oh, Paimon would steal the show for sure. No one would give Ito a second look after. Pretty sure he'd yell out, "Paimon's so rock and roll it hurts," and then he'd run
Felina
off
de
the
Fontaine,
stage,
the
falling.
singer.
Those are some bold claims, Miss Pop.
Ah, Paimon's just kidding.
Great. Feel free to take a look around.
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
There's Ito.
And the crowd goes wild!
Don't tell me they did it again.
Company, fall in!
This will be my group for now.
Well, well, well.
Oh,
If it isn't the
Hazo!
Traveler and Paimon.
Wow, Shinobu and Hazo. What a surprise.
This truly
Good
is a
Hazo.
pleasant surprise. Although, not that surprising, to be honest. I was just telling Miss Shinobu that I had a sneaking suspicion we might run into you.
Doshin Shikanoin was talking about you constantly the whole way here. I guess the universe answered his prayers.
It's called intuition. Names pop into my head at relevant moments, just the way my mind works.
really
Paimon
hope
sure
we get to
wasn't
see
expecting
everyone.
Hazo to be the first one to show up.
Boss nagged me to prioritize the Tenryo Commission invitations. He specifically requested Madame Kujo Sara and Doshin Shikanoin.
So why isn't Sara here?
Almost certainly because she has no desire whatsoever to see Ito. In her defense, here's what was written on the invitation letter. Kujo Tengu, come meet me at the top of the Sanganamiya Shrine. Let's go nuts and have a totally rock and roll sumo wrestling match.
If I were Kujo Sara, I'd jump at the chance to throw Ito off the roof.
But then wouldn't Kokomi come and throw Sara off too? All that stomping around on her roof, the...
Yeah. Well, anyway, Madame Kujo Sara's response was much more magnanimous than mine would have been.
Oh, I
She
kind of
gave
want to
us a
see
basket of
Kujo
lavender
Sara
melons to bring
let
as a
her hair
gift.
down.
Magnanimous? I'm not so sure.
What message?
If that Oni brat wants to pick a fight with me, there will be plenty of lavender melons waiting for him at the police station.
Maybe the fact
Yeah,
you
it's a
assume
little
that
more
says more about you than
presumptuous.
her. So what about the other basket of...
The other basket is actually from a few of us at the police station. I chipped in, and so did some other Doshin who've arrested Ito before, and so did some of Ito's former self. So, I guess this basket of...
Maybe just give Boss the melons and don't mention that part.
Sure. Well, my work is done here, anyway. Now that I've delivered the lavender melons and said hello to the Traveler, I should probably...
aren't you gonna stay for the event?
Don't worry, I'll definitely
There
be
you
back
go.
for the big party.
Eesh, being a detective sounds busy.
Ah, the dog, yes? That was the inspiration behind this music festival, wasn't it? Shinobu told me all about...
Oh, never mind.
I'm only speculating here, but from experience, I'd say it's probably just a local legend. I doubt the dog even exists.
Sure.
What's wrong? From the look on your face, you've got a vested interest in this situation. Interesting. Well, since I'm going
Unless
to
the
Retail
dog
anyway,
is Goro
I
and
can
he
always ask
rescued
around
a
and
raven,
see where it
which was
leads.
Sara and... I'm trying to remember who else he rescued. The Tanuki would be, Sayu?
Don't be...
Seems like Doshin Shikanoin's quite the lone wolf. Well, I'd better get back to delivering these invitations.
In that case, guess it's time for us to get to work too.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here's that list for you. If you could...
Great! Perfect timing!
Thank you. I'm very grateful for your help. If you feel like flexing your musical muscle...
Iridescent Arataki Rocket for Life tour de force of awesomeness. Let's do it. Extreme Carnival Ensemble. Ooh. Oh, I love Rexy. The Tau track, the Let's track. The Brilliant Twinkle Trawl. Following Dvorak's checklist by defeating specific monsters, collecting designated Teyvat regional specialties, or using photo-taking function to take pictures of specific targets. Defeat 3 types of ruined machines. Defeat 2 types of primal constructs. Defeat 3 types of clockwork mecha. Photograph birds, photograph dogs, photograph cats. Okay? Get the 3 Sango pearls, 3 star conches, and 3 Teyvat products with green leaves. Meeting of Melodies. Converse with music enthusiasts and join them. Recommend them to join. Twilight Glows Nocturne, first movement, second movement, and third movement. The Breeze, first movement, second movement, third movement. The Ballad, first light, first, second, third. Complete a meeting. Sayo?
I can't grow tall.
Free tea cakes courtesy of Komori Tea House. Don't touch the Daruma, it is not a staff member. Oh, they got the Goru light novel poster, which I think should totally be a sign-up an object you can get in the tea house. Shikanoin message from TCG Buddy, Ayato, Toma, Yoimiya, and the Ramen Buddy. Ito, I received your invitation. Everyone's happy for you. We believe that you've got a good head for the event planning. If you work a little harder, I'm sure you'll have stop reporting to us in no time. So please take these lavender melons with compliments from the police station. Sarah also wishes to pass the message. The Tenor Commission is watching you. Don't forget. TCG Buddy Ayato. I was delighted to hear you were holding another festival, Ito. As such, I have commissioned a set of audio equipment as a congratulatory gift. I have also recently heard of children of Hanamizaka saying Ayato of the South and Ito of the North. Could you enlighten me as to what that means? Okay, Toma. Yo, Ito, it's the second time we're organizing a music event, right? Didn't think you'd move the stage to Wanatsumi. Opposite Sangonomiya Shrine, no less. Very cool. I asked our clan head, and it was agreed that we dispatch a team from Komori Tea House to help liven up the atmosphere. They'll provide tourists with free tea. What do you think? Pretty sweet. Don't worry about it. You're welcome. I'm happy as long as you are. Oh, sorry, my bad. I accidentally received your letter quite a while ago, but choosing the fireworks proved kind of tricky. I wasn't familiar with the route, so there were some delays. That said, when I got here, I thought everything was going great. The atmosphere is electric, the scenery is beautiful. I'm going to have a good long look around. Hope the fireworks will fit your gang's rock and roll festival. Message from Ramen Buddy. Well, Sir Arotaki, I didn't think you remember little old me or Ramen Buddy. I've spent many nights considering how I might express my thanks. You see standing sign over there? That's right. It's our beloved Miss Hina. It was a last-minute decision. I spent a hefty sum. You wouldn't disappoint me by not placing it in front of your most conspicuous location, such that Miss Hina might be put on full glory. Elegant written, signed Shikanoi and Heizo. I asked some Rito residents, but none of them have heard of what you call the Ninken on the battlefield. Sheer lack of information has surpassed my expectations. It's strange, even for information that has not yet spread widely. I'll continue searching for clues. Tried a different approach, which yielded some relevant information. During the war, the International Trade Association had an organization registered in pet treatment known as the Puppy Union. Oh? Its symbols were a dog wearing a bamboo hat. Not that this proves anything, but I found two other suspicious things. After the war, the Puppy Union canceled its registration. The Puppy Union's event funding went through at least 6 layers of transfers. Quite suspicious. I tried to investigate from the Puppy Union as I could, found two main hidden sources of funding. One, the Foreign Trade Association. In fact, the union could be considered a subsidiary of the former. You may not be aware of the particulars regarding the union, but they're closely connected to Sangonomiya. The second is interesting, you'd never guess, but it's Komori Tea House. The Yashiro Commission isn't far behind that curtain. Sangonomiya and the Yashiro, I wonder what your little secret is. Should the records be at the police station, I'll get in touch with Yoriki Owada. We have a lot going on here. A lot of references to, like, just side events.
Hello. Would you... Great. Before you get started, you'll want to calibrate. Hello. Would you like to practice? Great. I've been looking.
right near the end. Right at the end, look at that. Oh, terrible. So let's do it again, and let's see what how high the difficulty jump is. This is definitely harder. All right. Still got Descantus, which I think is the best. Alright. Love this song. I think it's the reason Nahida has one of the best trailers. Hold. Got that? Boom, baby! Descantus. Let's do it, baby. All the Fortnite jam and festival I've been doing has been paying off. This is the first contract. that's actually kind of difficult. Not perfect, but I got what I needed out of it. And a combo of well over 100. We're good. Minute 32, no problem. I will say Huto had one of the most fun at the time intros. Not great. Still over 4K, but not great. Still got Dulcum. So I still unlock the one and only difficulty. I still get all the rewards? Yeah. That bugs me. Ba-da-da-da. Hey, Earth and Souls, how you doing? I'll respond to you in 1 second, but thanks for the chat. God damn. Still got Descantus. So all that's left is Farina and Risley. Let's do Risley. Sounds like a bop, and I'll end with Farina like that. Sorry for bothering you. I'm good. Thank you, though. Oh my god, the little fists dropping. We're already over 3K or half the road. At the end there, but we were over 6K. No problem. Blowing it at the end is fine. Alright, this is a 2-minute song. This is probably the longest of the songs. But it's all Farina, it's all performing. We got this. The one and only Farina de Fontaine. There. I gotta set up Guitar Hero, or in this case, Guitar Horn. so the only song I don't have to scan to score is that one. Before we go, I want to try one. Do I have to actually play them all? I do. Maybe we'll do it off stream. I want to try one the hardest difficulty. This is hard though, right? Still think I got Dulcim, yeah. Building up fervor lets me get Goro, but also get that instrument that I can play on my own. And a Crown of Insight. That's a quest. So we're done with Extreme Carnival Ensemble. Oh, people have been making their own. Can we not continue the story? That's the fireworks. Getting the components in the Trillion Trinket Troll. Complete a meeting of melodies. So I need to do the other two things. I did the one thing I did not need to do. Machines, kind of everywhere.
Advance! Everyone on me! Attaboy!
Probably get a stronger team.
Water jet!
Charge!
Our bond is strong.
Let's roll!
Go! Dissipate!
Advance! All forces! Retreat!
Alright, gotta slow that one thing in right there.
At least I'm going down with style.
Go! Dissipate! I'll settle this. No one. Go!
Alright, well, that's... Okay, next up was... Camera, gadgets... Camera... I'll defeat 3 different types, so that counted as 1 type. Photograph 2 types of birds. Alright, next up, where is the lens? Now that's a picture of a bird. No matter how you look at it.
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
I'm trying to remember. Honestly, it's as if I've never fought one, and I completely forgot where all of them are. I know there's a bunch of them underneath this island. I think there's some by Jurassic Shrine. Swore there was...
right now.
I'm going in! Final warning! Laid bare. Go on.
Okay, now, let's just get a regular Ruin Guardian up in Mondstadt or something. It's always one in the Thousand Wind Temple, I think, right? Or is that a... What is it, Lynn? Every little bit of friendship counts. I wonder if Chevrus's attack counts as an archery ability against his core. That's something we can try out.
Right here. Emerge.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Drop your weapons! Hands where I can see them! Transfixed! This is where you fall.
Okay, Primal Constructs. Desert. And 3 Clockwork Mecha. Alright, off to Sumeru Desert. Here should be a bunch.
Come on out.
Final warning!
He's a shield boy, no, he's also a lance boy.
Right now. Right here.
Let's light it up! Stop right there! Overruled!
Okay. Bonk. Let's go look around the others. Let's go look around this tomb. Okay, that one looks a little different.
Emerge.
Nope.
Right now. Emerge.
Drop your weapons! Laid bare!
Identical. Trolls over here. sometimes having these smaller ruins.
Off we go!
You're a Lance boy. Mushrooms down there. Man. At this point, I'm like, let's just go fight the boss.
Right now.
I'm going in! Let's light it up! Stop right there!
That should be good. Good. 3 types of clockwork. So, robot dog, turret, and one of the walking mechs are probably the easiest way to do that. I mean, there's a lot. There's also the
Weather is more enjoyably spent under the cover of...
Right here. Right now. Right here.
Drop your weapons!
So the male mech and the dog. Glide over the countryside. Let's see, dog. And giant mech. Spider mechs. And the tiny rollers.
Right now. Emerge. Right now.
Final warning! Adventure time!
Come on, grab your friends.
Transfixed!
That picked the wrong test subject.
Good. Two types of birds, 2 types of dogs, 2 types of cats. You know, it recommended the Fontaine of Lucine, and that's actually a fairly solid one, because there's always pigeons around there. Is it like do 2 at the same time?
Staring into my eyes is...
This is gonna be a wild
I can't
move,
promise
but-
you'll like what...
I'm Aloy. Red.
That count? Why is photographing two types of birds not working? Yeah, but why isn't it working? You have to... No, it's just... I don't know. The bridge with Timmy? First things first, this intersection should have... How'd that not work? Follow Diverter's checklist by defeating monsters, collecting designated things, and using photo taking function. Don't tell me. If I have to go back to him...
Hello. Would you like... Oh, really? You've got the...
Spotlights. That's cool. scared away. Why is this not working? You need to use the camera from the Paimon menu. Oh, that's...
Come on. Enough standing around. Let's keep moving.
I hate this. That's dumb. That's stupid. Dog. That'll be easier than going all the way down.
This thing is fun.
Songo pearls, star conches, 3 types of Teyvat products with green leaves. I've already got one of them apparently. Sweet flower. I'll do sweet flower, mint. Seaweed? Good. Next up, Songo pearls. This will be easy. They're right down there. Not a wonder if I can just buy them. There's something that's here. song going to be a Pearls Gathered. What was the last one?
Let's get going.
Star conches are along the beaches of Leeway. Hey, Star conch. Hey, Star conch. Excuse me, ma'am.
There you are, eavesdropper.
This'll pack a punch. Show them. Emerge.
Let me
Off we
amuse
go.
myself a little.
Over here.
Systems shine long.
All right. So let's do the Twilight melodies. I wanted to spread these out. We'd like to invite you to attend the music festival. A music festival or a food festival? Music and a serious formal musical exchange to boot, by the way. You have any music you enjoy? We can play it for you right now. I'll try humming it. Alright. You must choose the most suitable note from a selection to fit the empty spaces. I'm getting it. Not as hard as I thought it was going to be. I have very little musical talent. Played the oboe in high school. That's about it. Brilliant recreation. That said, I have no clue what the song's called. Foxy, a customer, likes humming it. She's one of our VIPs.
Why do new explorers make the same?
like now that I understand it's a lot less daunting than it initially looked. So far we haven't seen Shin-Yun, and I'm like, that's kind of disappointing if we're having a rock and roll themed event without Tevat's premier rock and roll star. Heard one song. It's called Dream Mario. Lovely. You would dab hand at making all his wishes come true. It's been 20 years since I last heard that tune. There's a boy in the neighborhood who played it. So we're getting some big figures in the community. Three in Liyue Harbor. Fontanian music. Oh yeah, le souvenir avec la crépuscule. Crépuscule. bum 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 ba-da. Oh, her husband's Fontanian, that's cool. Or they're at least working Fontaine.
Children's out of stock, but we have some new items.
This isn't the most fun of the events, I'll say. Easy. Done. She isn't open in the daytime. The other one's the nighttime shopkeeper. Oh no, she's there. I pulled a cheat sheet. Done. See, now we're flying. Alright, so it's 2 down, 1 to go. We're technically 6 down, 3 to go. Just giving it, I don't care about any of this stuff. And it's gonna be Sumeru or Mondstadt. Mondstadt. Marjorie. This takes place in Inazuma. Marjorie is a serious musical exchange. Let me just do it for you. Awesome, thank you. So if I just wait a minute, I mean, I'm still gonna try and do it on my own, but.
Swear on the Archons, I can't go any lower.
We grew up together, dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
Alright, let's play some music. Nice, woohoo. Lita! Oh, and it's the flower girl that does it. Oh. Got it. Bum, ba, na, 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 na.
Adventure time. Yeah.
Come in, take a seat.
Oh god, I hate this thing so much. That one poster. I don't know if I've ever been able to go directly into the angel share without reading it. Let us hear it. The Dawn Winery theme. It's just green sleeves. Na 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 na. are some differences, but it's clearly inspired by green sleeves. I'll give you some banners instead. Okay. Now back to Inazuma. We got it all, so let's turn it all into Charlie. And you know what I'm gonna do with Aloy? Put her on the team just for now. So I think it's probably down at the bottom for me.
Let's jam!
I think it is criminal that we have yet to have her in this event. I've never used her. Take a look, she's nothing on her.
Hello. Would you like... Oh, really?
Some decorations. Filled with fervor, not famished. I'll do one at a time and see what changes. Oh, the banners. Those big... Okay. Oh, and we have a food stall. This is the iridescent door you recommend. Is really awesome. I've been inspired. Now taste the food I made specially for the event. What kind of creative cuisine is that? Dango milk has been marinated in rock and macerated in roll. Rock and roll dango milk. Power of rock and roll, huh? It's exactly the same. Okay, good to know.
Hello. Would you like to Oh, really?
Erect the set. Oh, it's our scene telling the story. Oh, so I guess the banners were already there. Samurai Weasel, a dancing tanuki, some cats, a little beetles, the little battle beetles.
Hello. Would you like to... Oh, really?
That's how little I use Xinyan, because she doesn't even have a glider up. Oh, the other Saul. Okay.
Hello. Would you... Oh, really?
Dress the set. Let's do it all. Why not? Oh, that's probably the Sarkons, those giant spiral shells.
Thank you both so much. At last, everything on the list is done. I'm afraid I still have some final preparations.
Tomorrow the party can begin. Glorious finale. Oh, there's the flowers everywhere. I've heard about you from Fong Fong. I'm gonna just... I'm Long Quing. Fong Fong is the book houses. She's my wife. Can I buy anything though? Give me books. Okay. I'll wait from 14 to 16 the next day. Rock and roll lifestyle. Never get there exactly on time. Too straight-laced, too mainstream. It's good.
Oh, compadres, you're here! Hey, serious props to you both. This place looks amazing.
Everything looks perfect. We're ready for business. Traveler, Paimon.
Guys, why so serious? That ain't rock and roll, man.
Hey, look at that. My favorite melon's a fast learner. Also, I hear you're gonna be taking the stage tonight. Whoa!
Paimon was just joking. Seriously, Dvorak? Unbelievable.
Getting cold feet? Ah, don't blame you. I am the reigning champion of the great sing-along after
challenge
all.
ain't very rock and roll.
What? Paimon is too rock and roll. Paimon was just being humble.
Then bring it on.
I want to see Ito and Paimon in
Oh,
the rock.
Paimon's bringing it all right. Paimon's bringing it all the way home.
We hit a complete dead end. Goro said he didn't know anything. What if it really is in Tenshukaku?
Oh, no, don't go poking around Tenshukaku again. You'll give Kujo-Sara a migraine.
Couldn't agree more. So that's why this time, I kept my distance and just threw some paper notes towards Tenshukaku. Hopefully the Raiden Shogun sees them and hands the dog over.
What?
Wait, what? You're still taking a big risk there.
It looks like
You
Doshin
just threw a bunch of,
Shigenoi
like,
was
did he
right.
crumple out his throne paper
It's
balls?
probably
at
just
the-
a local legend after all.
Well, let's hope not, because that would really suck. Now don't forget, there's lyrics and music scores in the jam zone, so no wussing out tonight.
Don't get too cocky, bullchucker. We'll see who's rock and roll.
Game on, Mini Melon!
I love it.
Paimon better get some practice in at the
I
jam
feel like
zone
we've had
soon.
too many Ito and too many
No way
events.
is Paimon gonna lose to Ito!
But this is a lot of fun. Because I think Paimon and Ito have such amazing
Oh,
chemistry.
by the way, we invited a ton of people this time, including...
Cool, yeah, let's go.
Hey, Traveler, some of your...
Yoimiya and Toma.
Oh, you're a real trooper, Yoimiya. This must be one of the furthest places you've ever delivered to.
She delivered to Fontaine.
I promised Ito that I'd supply
She's been to
fireworks
Sumeru.
first festival. I wasn't about to go back on my word.
Hey, Toma, Yoimiya.
Traveler, Paimon! Cool, you're here too!
It's been too long.
Well, looks like I owe the Arataki gang a huge thank you. If they weren't putting on this event, who knows when I would have gotten to see you next.
I still have to do Toma's hangout event. It's one of the few I haven't done yet.
You hear
Toma,
that?
Faruzan,
In
Layla.
case it was too subtle for you, Toma's complaining that you guys never make time to come and visit your old pals.
Ah, that's true. Obviously, traveling's very important to you, but you gotta take a break every once in a while.
Of course! Oh, I heard this really cool thing So, Ito says that the theme of his music festival comes from a story about a dog that saved animals in the war zone. What do you know about this dog, Toma? Everyone knows how well connected you are.
For once, not much, I'm afraid. I guess my connections are one key canine but assuming this really happened, I feel like Watatsumi Island would have had to be involved. This is a dog who managed to sneak in and out of a war zone, repeatedly, without leaving a trail for anyone to follow. Whatever the case, it would have needed someone to help cover its tracks. As far as I know, the Shogun's army doesn't do that kind of thing.
So you're saying it was the Sangonomiya troops?
Unless it's literally
They had
Goro.
a specially trained dog for rescuing
Oh, there's
critters
Kokomi
from
over
the
there, and Goro.
battlefield?
I see them both.
Sounds kind of far-fetched if you ask me. Do we really think Sangonomiya's forces had enough manpower to fight a full-scale war?
Okay, well if it wasn't Sangonomiya's side, it must have been the Shogunate.
Right.
didn't have the manpower
So,
either.
in my view, it's more likely that Mr. Dvorak simply made the story up. I mean, he's an artist, right?
Kind of like fireworks in a way.
Yeah, that...
I'll take it. And on that note, boy, do I have an art show for you tonight. Sounds like you know a few things about art yourself, Toma.
Art? Me? Does knitting sweaters count?
Heizo is over there by Sayu.
Absolutely. Knitting is totally an art form.
Just not a very rock and roll one, I guess.
No, not with that attitude.
Good idea.
Rock and roll sweaters.
Hey, there you are. I sent you.
Ooh, does this mean you figured...
I've made some progress, but I'm still missing the I don't have
Good lord.
anything conclusive yet, but I have a hunch that it involved both the Yashiro Commission and
What? You mean like in cahoots?
Shh. Like I said, it's anyway. I've written to the station, and they shouldn't. In the meantime, I would have gone back to the station to look into it myself, but I knew Ito was performing tonight, and I didn't. Oh,
me too.
wow! Will the Traveler's long-serving voice finally graduate from speech to song in a triumphant victory over the Oni rocker of Hanamizaka?
Cut it out, both of you!
Oh, Paimon, I'm sorry. Oh god, is Goro he looking at the Lady Hina?
looks very familiar.
I was thinking the same thing, Your Excellency, but I just
During
can't
his
put my
hangout event,
finger
we
on it.
purpostly stopped him from seeing Miss Hina.
She really
Who's
is
a light
the
novel
spitting
character
image.
based on him.
Of who?
Goro, Kokomi, hey!
Oh, hello, you two. It's been a while.
I'm so happy to see you again. I was just asking Shinobu if she knew where you were.
This is a nice surprise. Paimon didn't expect to run into you two at an Arataki Gang music festival.
I mean, it's on their island.
Oh,
So.
a reader for my That's Life column was asking for advice about it, so I figured I'd help out. Turned out the reader in question was Mr. Arataki Ito. Her Excellency was also very supportive of the whole thing.
An international rock and roll music festival sounded like a good way to attract tourists.
Yeah.
And it's to bring attention to the plight of living things.
Yeah, apparently it has something to do with a dog that was a war hero? Although sadly probably not a true story.
Oh, you know, bits and pieces.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Those sounded suspiciously like prepared answers.
Probably because we've answered that question before. Mr. Arataki Ito came to ask us about it a while.
Yes, of course. Actually, does Miss Hina look familiar to you at all?
Oh!
I feel like I
But
met her,
you
but
don't
doesn't ring
remember-
a bell.
She probably just looks similar to someone you know. Like how the traveler.
I see.
Traveler, let's get out of here. Paimon didn't realize so many people we know would be here. Better get practicing or tonight could be super embarrassing.
Who could...
What if Madame Kujo Sara is the one who got my letter?
Come on, let's head to the jam zone. Hey, Mr. Dvorak,
Yeah.
you're still here.
Sure am. I've been checking over the equipment, scores, and lyric sheet. Shinobu was telling me how popular light novels are here in Inazuma. So I've tweaked the melody and lyrics for a more Arataki gang
Light novels plus rock music.
Light rock.
I actually didn't change too much. Just took out the dog and made it about Onikabuto instead. Should be more up Ito's alley. This event couldn't have happened without him. It's my way of showing him some...
What? You got rid of the dog? But...
Yes, but that's all it was. The initial inspiration. Doesn't matter if we change it to an Onikabuto or you or me.
Spirit? What?
The spirit of rock and roll?
Okay, should have seen that coming.
Don't you think people are getting too hyper-focused on the dog story?
It's all about the music.
Fair enough. Paimon's gotta get practicing or Bullchucker's gonna hog the spotlight.
By all means, be my guest. Here's the music score and lyrics.
Let's see. I got reincarnated as an Onikabuto and flipped the world upside down.
That's a light
What
novel
sort
title.
of song title is that? Is this a...
Soft rock, actually.
No, no
I gotta
thinking.
see these
We
lyrics.
can hear them tonight when Paimon's gonna rock so hard Bullchucker won't know what hit him.
Great event. The moment has arrived. Are we getting to see it? Let's do it. Come on, Paimon. You can do it. I believe in you.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is a night to celebrate, and I trust you're all having a wonderful time. It's been a non-stop rock and roll ride this evening, and we're almost at the end. But first, it is my huge honor to invite two very special guests to the stage. The illustrious Mr. Arataki Ito and Miss Paimon. The two of them will be performing a brand new song written specially for tonight's event. It's called I Got Reincarnated as an Onikabuto and Flipped the World Upside Down. Take it away.
Cutscene. Give me a cutscene. Come on. Of course it's a cut. Okay, there we go.
Raven took an arrow to the heart, and the Bakedanuki shapeshifted into dark.
I, weasel thief, hereby bequeath all my mora. 200 goes to my pa.
300 to dear mama. Poor little General Crab, only a shell remains.
Unagi, goodbye. Now rest in peace. Please don't cry.
'Cause we'll get reborn as a beetle next time.
Onikabuto, raise your heart.
Here's to a world beyond the storm of rose.
cutscene. Traveler support your buddy Paimon. After an exhilarating... I want to hear that in a couple different languages, so I'm probably going to check that out later.
So that's rock music, huh? It's a little different than I imagined.
Really? It's different from what I'd heard before. Could be a relatively new genre.
So, how'd you like my performance?
Okay, Bullchucker, you got owned and you...
Oh, stop it, you two. I think both of you are sensational.
Here, here. Really mind-blowing stuff.
I call it a draw.
You think? Okay, well, what about you, my compadre? Who do you think is the most rock and roll?
The Traveler's always got Paimon's back!
Huh? Oh, my gullible little mouth.
Let's not argue anymore, shall we?
Yeah.
Ito and Paimon, you both gave incredibly moving performance. I owe you all an enormous debt of gratitude.
Don't mention it, Jack Attack.
The spirit of rock and roll?
It means you rock up, rock out, roll the dice, and roll with the punches.
Yeah, that's obviously not what it means, Mr. Dvorak.
An official definition? I don't know that one exists.
Funny you should say that. I was just thinking that the spirit of rock and roll is, well, like the Onikapito in the song. Having the courage to grab life by the horns and survive against all the odds. Guess I have a better sense of rock and roll than I thought.
What about you, Yoimiya?
Oh, well, I thought it was gonna be all of... Was that supposed to be symbolic? Like if there was no injured animals, then that means there was no...
Oh, so for Yoimiya, the rock and roll spirit is all about world peace!
Me? I hadn't given it all that much thought. I was mostly worrying about whether those paper notes Boss threw into Tenshukaku are going to get him in trouble with the...
That must mean that for Shinobu, the rock and roll spirit is about keeping the Arataki gang...
Shinobu, seriously, you've got nothing to worry about. If the Raiden Shogun had seen any of those notes, she'd have come to join the party.
Paimon agrees that you don't need to worry. Otherwise, Hazen definitely would have arrested Ito, but wait, where is that guy anyway? And where did Kokumi and Goro?
Oh, Doshin Shikanoin had to run back to the stations.
Oh, something's gonna happen?
As for the other two, they couldn't stick around
The fact that these busy people all made time to attend the party is telling. Clearly, Ito wasn't exaggerating about the stature of the Arataki gang. Ito, what can I say? It's truly been an honor to work with you.
Well, Jack Attack, I can't take all the credit. Let's not forget the Traveler's part in all this. A lot of people only showed up because they knew she'd be here. How's that sound, compadre?
Your Excellency, I believe the Tenryou Commission detective is...
Don't worry about it, Goro. The Puppy Union was a joint venture between us and the Yashiro Commission. If we can maintain secrecy, then all the better for it. But that was never the main goal. We saved some lives, and that's...
I was more worried about the potential impact on your reputation, Your Excellency. After all, some of the lives we've saved belong to the show. If someone with an agenda finds out...
Don't worry. There might be a way to make it work out.
Really?
Times have changed. We and Narukami Island are supposed to be, so it's not necessarily a bad thing if people discover that we were already Goro, if you want my opinion, you should be more concerned about...
Miss Hina?
I hear she works for That's Life magazine as well. She's young, popular, and she seems to be just as good at offering comfort to people in need as you are. So...
Understand.
Just the most gullible good boy. Hey! The Shogun did show up, or is it A?
I learned something
Hey,
new today.
Nico.
I never knew that the Hydro Nation's rock music had the power to stir up lightning.
Miko, a few
It is
days
A,
ago,
there you go.
some strange paper notes flew into Tenshukaku, demanding that I hand over the dog. So I am here to see what on earth it was all about.
I dig it.
I just assumed you must have gotten yourself a pet puppy.
As it happens, I also received an invitation letter via Sarah. I've never heard the name Arataki before. but they must be one of my subjects, and so I thought,
Arataki
why
Ito,
not grant
one
them
and
their
only.
wish?
So, Raiden Shogun now knows about Ito.
Ah, so you came here to make a little Oni's wish come true, hmm? So tell me, how do you plan to respond to the Fontanian musician? It sounded to me like his music was commenting on the war.
The war. I'm not sure we can give him the answer he would hope for. But if nothing else, I know that we must avoid another war at all costs. The people cannot be made to suffer like that again.
But what if the bigger war comes to pass? What then?
Ooh. The bigger war like Tevat versus Celestia, or against all the nations against
If it
Shniznaya?
cannot be avoided, I will have no choice but to fight.
Well, if that day comes, I'm sure that everyone here tonight will fight by your side.
In my opinion, the most satisfying part of events. First things first. Get a Goro. Immediately converted into 5. Get the Nightwind Horn. Exquisite Horn of Fontaine instrument. Use performance. A gift from Dvorak. Transience, elegance, and light, and the insight crown. Oh. Kuki Shinobu is the raven. Yoimiya is the weasel. Sayu down there is the Tanuki. Mr. Dvorak is the eel? I don't know. That's what I like to see. I like to see the moment where all these items come flooding in. Just look at that. Let it all roll in.
If there's fire in your soul, you gotta rock and roll. So come on, let's get moving.
We're almost there. 44 to level 50. Arena's the last one I need, right? Just this. So we got the festive drum. So I have a magic lyre, but also a regular lyre, a zither, a drum, and a horn. Not bad.
Hey, Traveler. Thanks again for all your help. Everything went perfectly. I think I'm gonna stay here for a while and just enjoy the scenery. Sure thing. Like I said, I'll...
Well, with that, this event is done.
Add Astra.
The mysterious letter, Oathkeeper.
Ah, we haven't seen our Sumera friends for a while now. Paimon wonders how they're doing. Let's go to Sumera City and catch up with them.
Whatever's going on over there, looks pretty rock and roll to me.
Let me see his Act 1 quest. A suspicious smuggling case. So this was the first part of CYNO'S story quest. During the quest, the traveler helps Cyno investigate a secret organization inside the Sumera Academia, starting with a suspicious smuggling case.
I just came up with an awesome new riff. Want to hear it?
Oh, that's right. We did the all return to silence, the temple, and his master who was buried, his former master who was buried alive. It had all of the summons at his side. plan to open the door.
If there's
How's
fire
your
in your
economy?
soul,
After
you gotta
Mutata
rock
died,
and
my spirit
roll.
was crushed.
So come on, let's get moving.
The Court of Desolation, all of that. Sacrificing lives in hopes that the Court of Desolation would appear. Just quickly rewatching the cutscene. Mantra.
I just came up with an awesome new riff. Wanna hear it?
Ready to do my utmost.
All right, team, let's move it out.
There we go. Both up to 5. Yeah, we got them all at 7. Dope. Here we go.
Wow, the academia sure is busy. But where should we go looking for people that we...
Traveler,
Cyno!
Paimon.
CYNO! It's been so long since we last saw you!
You look like you've been keeping well.
As do you. You don't seem weary at all from your travels. If anything, you seem stronger. So, what brings you back here?
Oh, nothing in particular. I just saw a really big mushroom out on the road the other day and suddenly missed all our friends in Smeru.
Funnily enough, we were reminiscing about you recently too. It was at a group dinner.
Oh, they talk about
I look
us.
forward to hearing about your travels. Something tells me we must have a lot to catch up on.
We saved an entire nation.
Really? You were
Battle
thinking of
another
us too?
harbinger.
What a coincidence!
Indeed. Or as I call it, the Biryani factor. You really want me to say the rest? Okay. It's always rice to meet stew again.
Oh, darn you.
Rice, meat, stew, biryani. Oh, that's so good.
You like that one, huh? You must if you remember it after all this time. Admit the truth. You have long been in awe of my razor-sharp wit.
All right. Here's your 500 Mora.
Thanks, Cyno.
You're exaggerating. It's only 500 more.
Hey, 500 Mora is still a lot of snacks to Paimon.
All right. Anyway, I'm actually investigating a case right now. My mind is focused on work.
A case? What happened?
Nothing major. But after finding out who was involved, I decided, on reflection, to handle this.
Need any help? We only came here to hang out, so we've got the time. You may—
Such enthusiasm. Are you worried I'll forget about treating you to some sweets if you're not around?
What? No!
Obvious enough. Still, it's a fine idea.
Yeah.
You are the heroes of Sumeru. All right, follow me.
Saviors of Sumeru. Lucas Aureus, Chapter 2, Act 2, Oathkeeper.
Do you see him? The old man flailing around?
Oh, is he the one you wanted to talk—
Correct. His name is Cyrus, a former Spontamod sage. He taught both me and Lisa.
Huh? CYNO'S teacher is in trouble?
It's ridiculous. I'm just an old man who enjoys a spot of gardening, shopping, and wine. What sort of person targets an old retiree?
Professor, I've brought some friends.
Ah, Cyno. Now who do we have? Hold on, let me think. A flying fairy dressed in white? A youth who does not seem to hail from this land? My goodness. You must be the legendary traveler in Paimon.
Wow, looks—
I've told him about you before. You are my friends, after all. That's right. Let me summarize the situation. A couple of days ago, Professor Cyrus suddenly received a threat letter.
A threat letter?
Exactly. Who sends a threat letter to an old man like me?
This is the letter in question.
Cyrus, I have uncovered your secret. If you wish to prevent it from going public, leave 10 million mora. Secondly, don't come looking for me. You'll never find me. But I will always be watching you and all of your secrets. Finally, if you dare to report this to the Matra, there will be consequence. Wow, they sure didn't mince their words.
Clearly, this person must be desperate.
10 million more. I'm just a single retiree with nothing to my name beyond the tomatoes in my garden.
There were no witnesses, so currently the letter is all we've got. So, Traveler?
Paimon's ready.
All right, take a look.
The symbol in the back.
Very good. The paper has a rather rough texture. It's not the typical kind.
Another thing is, some of these strokes look kind of blurred.
Possibly. And I bet the paper has something to do with it.
Most of the paper around here is much smoother than this, and the ink is absorbed quickly so it doesn't run. This paper, meanwhile, it's very coarse-grained.
It's certainly not the same paper as we use in the academia, but the ink is nothing special. Just regular black ink that gets a blue tint.
So do we think the culprit has— Wait! Check this out! Looks like this part got—
Agreed. The staining suggests it was a colored liquid, not plain water.
A colored liquid, so—
Looks like we're thinking along similar lines. Let's go talk to Op.
Okay.
Surrender!
Zap, zap.
Futile!
Mahamatra Cyno. Sir Cyrus. Ah, and the Traveler and Pi.
Oh no, I guess I know him.
As such, I'm inclined to believe that the culprit in this case is a student at the academia. Somebody young. Oh, one last thing. I'd start your investigation by taking a look at the cafes in the city.
Oh, of course! You think the
They do look like coffee stains. Also, if I'm not mistaken, the letter is written on a type of scented paper that has aromatics added during the manufacturing process. The kind often provided as writing material for customers in cafes and...
Ah, of course! Yes, like they sell in the gift shops. I remember now. Zaha Hadid bought some a while back. She said she was going to use it as wrapping paper for...
Understood. I'll assemble a team to invest...
You have my gratitude.
One last thing. Send some Matra to guard the entrances and exits of Sumeru City.
Will do.
Great thinking, Cyno. So, where do we
think they go back to the cafe.
They've probably been lying. Really?
The culprits approach. Whatever happens, they need this Mora. But just because they warned Professor Cyrus not to go to the Matra, doesn't mean they know what he'll... And crucially, the culprits said they'd be watching the...
Huh? Wait, are you saying...
They're here?
Found you!
What are you doing?
You wrote the threat letter!
I don't know what you're talking about. What?
I sensed someone was watching us from the shadows the moment we entered the House of Dana. You managed to stay relatively well hidden. There are a lot of people here, but we were looking specifically for Arav. Whoever followed us the whole way was likely to be the culprit.
I was just listening in, that's all. You know something big's going down when Mahamatra CYNO'S...
You smiled when Arav left. I saw it as...
Is smiling a crime now?
There are coffee stains on the letter. You mixed some coffee with water, gently smeared it onto the paper, then wiped it off with a wet cloth. All to create the impression that the letter was written at a cafe. Closing off the exits to the city doesn't affect you, because you already live here. And as long as the Matra were focused on the cafes, you would be free from scrutiny. The cafe was a red herring all along. You had to be somewhere where you could monitor the professor's movement.
You can't pin this on me! I haven't...
Really? Then why are you... The innocent have no reason to fear the Matra. Your heart's racing, and your eyelids are twitching.
God damn, he's like
You're
tweaking.
a terrible lot.
I would never...
Don't try anything or you'll pay the price.
Well, that was over quick.
You're telling me. 1 minute I go out for a quick smoke, the next minute I see Arav already on his way back to meet up with Cyno. Looked like a young guy, too. Couldn't have been much more than 30. But after what he's done, I'm afraid he's ruined his whole future.
Everyone, it's all over.
Gosh, that was so fast!
The culprit's name is Uraka, a 16-year-old student in the Ratao's Darshan.
16? Damn, he's young.
Huh?
16? Cyrus...
We checked his records. He's 16.
But he looks so old.
Yeah, serious.
Foolish child. He's too young for the criminal life.
We question the culprit regarding his motive.
Oh, just spit it out.
Very well. It's our understanding that Araka is a mediocre student who has been underperforming in his classes. He started taking extra tutoring to improve his grades, but developed a gambling habit around the same time and lost a lot of... Down on his luck, he went to the tavern for a drink and overheard some people chatting about Sir Cyrus's comfortable retirement. They mentioned that he's always arguing about his tomato plants.
Some old woman on the street? Goodness gracious. Has that rascal attended a single one of his classes? That old woman is Kasharwar's very own professor, Zaha Hadid. How can he not know who Zaha Hadid is?
Is this going somewhere?
Oh, right, yes. So another thing. We don't just argue about tomato plants. And what are they trying to insinuate by comfortable retirement? A man grows a few vegetables.
Maybe it's more the fact that you have the time to grow vegetables in the...
Araka mentioned he'd heard a rumor, alleging that Sir Cyrus illegally obtained a large sum of money from the desert before retiring, and kept it. Araka believes this money to be the reason why Sir Cyrus hasn't kept up with any academic research or other projects since his retirement. And given your advanced age...
Oh, Araka. I'm at a loss.
People make up rumors all the time. I am quite confident that Professor Cyrus has never embezzled...
Arav, you'll have to find some excuse to interrogate Araka again later. I need you to deliver a few firm fists.
I completely understand how you feel, Sir Cyrus.
Professor, there's no need to be
Oh, come on. I was clearly...
Okay.
The Academia will determine the appropriate disciplinary action against the student. And as for the individuals spreading rumors about the professor's obsession with tomatoes and some old woman on the street...
Who said I'm obsessed with some old woman? You seem confused. Uraka is just a young boy who made a very rash and very stupid decision based on some groundless rumor he heard. Besides, all it costs me is a little
Please rest assured, Professor, that the
Yes, I have no doubt about that. But as a former educator, I'd still like to have a serious conversation with the boy's parents.
Correct.
We looked into the family. Both parents are merchants, and they're often away.
Oh, what a mess. You don't have to seal the evidence away yet, do you? I'd like to have that letter back for the time being, if possible. I need something. We have to show them how
The relevant authorities have already reviewed the evidence and are now discussing Uraka's punishment.
Oh, so you'll be able to...
Give or take. Cases like this are quick to resolve.
Very good.
There's more going on with Cyrus.
Thank you for...
My apologies, Sir Cyrus, but...
Ah, I see. Ah, and isn't Tainari in town?
Wait, you mean Tainari's in this?
He is. Tainari's master, Sir Nephis, called him and Kale to the Academia to help out on a project. They should be at Nephis's office at this hour.
Truly the most underrated character in Sumeru. Great.
Though I must say, I'm surprised you're extending an invitation to Tainari.
Don't be outrageous. Nephis offends me all the time. Anyway, hurry up and fetch Tainari. I'll head over... go on!
Is he maybe being framed and taking the hit for someone? I don't know. That's curious.
Nowhere to run!
Kale!
Not to brag, but we never had problems like this at Ratawa Hist back when I was still teaching. And if they were students at the time, they'll tell you what it was like.
I was out in the forest at least 4 days a week back then, thanks to a colossal workload from Master. It wrought havoc on my poor tail, so I didn't exactly keep up to date with what was going on at the Academia. Most of what I know, I heard from CYNO after the fact.
Professor's become a lot more laid back in his retirement. He used to be far stricter, and was especially known for being extremely principled.
Wow. It's hard enough to stay true to your principles as a normal person.
It's a pity Kale wasn't around at the time. I would have happily taken her on as a student.
And then we'd have one more person who has to address Lisa as upper-class woman.
Really? Can't you just call her Lisa? She seems to prefer it when people treat her like an older sister.
Oh, believe me. Back when she was a student, nothing made her happier than the younger students acknowledging her seniority.
Bullying the students. That's great.
Whoa, more food? Are you sure about this? We don't want to take it big.
Oh, don't worry about it. Order whatever you like. And if it's not enough...
I thought I heard some familiar voices. Ah, and Sir Cyrus is...
Oh, Kave, it's been a while. Zahahadi was talking about you last...
I've been all right, thank you. You're looking very well.
Have you eaten yet?
That's awfully kind of you, but I had a late... I just came to Lombard's to buy some wine, and when I heard some voices I recognized, I thought I'd come and... So what's the occasion, anyway?
Consolation, more like...
Cyrus vividly recounts the day's events.
Sounds like things have really gone downhill since I was there. My whole time...
I can't believe how young the guy is.
Young people are always more susceptible to making rash and ill-advised decisions. Their minds are still... But still, this boy has some nerve.
Wow, yeah.
I will always be watching you and all of your secrets.
If this were my son, oh...
Luckily, I'm also an
Kave! Your order's ready, sir!
Coming. I'll have to get going.
Okay, bye-bye!
Here I am. The coffee beans are in here, too?
Yep, it's all there. I'll stop babbling away now.
You check. Hey, Ruby. Thanks for the follow. How you doing today? All right. I don't know. He's kind of he is throwing more around. I think there's more to this guy than.
Ooh.
Oh, cute, hey?
Oh, mine too. I'll have to walk home to.
Thanks for dinner, Sir Cyrus. Master Tainari and I will bring you some homemade herbal tea next time.
Well, I look forward to that. In fact, could I trouble you to bring a little extra for the other old folks on my street?
No problem at all.
I'll see you all later. I better head home now and tend to the crop.
Good night, Professor. Don't let those tomatoes keep...
Hey, my tomatoes are serious business. Anyway, I'll be leaving now. Don't stay up too late now,
There's
children.
something about
I
this
bid you
guy.
all a good night.
Take care, have a...
All right.
What do you mean, Aztec?
Well, I was talking with Tainari and Kale, and since we all have some free time, we thought we could all go camping together. Think of it as our way of welcoming you back to Sumeru.
Camping? Oh, that sounds fun! Paimon's in!
Right?
That sounds really fun.
It's been so long since we did something fun together.
Everyone, let's meet tomorrow afternoon at the riverbank to the southeast of Gandharvaville. No need to bring anything. We've already packed everything for the trip.
You got it! We'll be...
Great. Then...
We'll bring, like, over 100 roasted chickens. That's what's in my inventory. Go here, heal. Now let's advance the time a bit. Where did it say 14? Close enough.
Time to set off! Let's head to the southeast of Gandharvaville and meet up with the others!
Well, would you look at that?
We're here! Wow, you guys are ahead of the game! You set up the tents already!
I'd say we're right about on schedule, actually. We were aiming to have them set up before...
Yes, a nice
Traveler,
little place.
Paimon, let's go fishing together.
You got it! Dinner's on us tonight!
I hope I can contribute too.
Good vibes.
The other forest watchers gave me some fishing tips a little while.
I was told not to bring camping supplies, but I
I
think
saw
have
some
5
very
fishing
appetizing mushrooms in the area, so I gathered a few for us. I'll leave them here along with some fresh fruit.
Wow, camping with a forest watcher is the way to go! They think of everything!
This is true. I don't think I've ever had a single rough day in this forest.
So, how has everything been going for you?
Well, there's been some high points and low points, but we've had some unforgettable experiences along the way.
Let's think, yeah, hold on. Since we've run into them last, when was the last event that we saw Kale? Let's see, it would be under... I don't know, unless probably when they went to go return and revisit during the Windbloom Festival, right? When she hung out with oh god, why am I blanking? With the Windbloom's breath. Sucrose. So what event was that during? That was during the Windbloom's Breath event in 3.5. Is that the last time we saw? Oh no, she was in Parade of Providence, which is in 3.6. So was Cyno, Alhaitham. Cyno was in Duel in 3.7. Kale was with Eula and Kokomi and Klee in 3.8 in the genie bottle. And that's the last time we saw her. Yeah. Alright, been a while since we properly hung out. We've seen Tighnari a few times. So since then... So let's see, hold on, ready? Since then, we've done all of Fontaine, right? So we've done like 2 music festivals, did a whole fish carp themed thing in Leeway, saved all of Fontaine from extermination, did 2 different murder trials.
I see.
Be a serial killer.
Well, in that case, you should try a Valberry. I bought some from the market.
A valuable suggestion. Just don't bury your feelings using food.
All I wanted was to recommend something bittersweet.
Oh, I have a sudden craving for fruit tea. I'm gonna go fetch some stuff. Bye!
She sure made a run for it.
Unbelievable. She made a run for it.
So Kale chose the path of tactical retreat. Could it... My dear friend, you know what I am about to say.
Genius invocation.
Excellent. A but it looks like we'll get told off if we start playing.
Alright. So we did the whole as light rain falls without reason. The whole Narcissan Kreutz Ordo storyline. We fought a dragon. The Mega Mecha Melee.
Ah! We got a bite!
I'll reel it in.
Firewood, spices,
Elxie, the
snacks,
waterborne poetry,
and drinks. Everything's ready.
We were a movie
Once
star
Kale gets
in
back,
Roses and
we can light up
Muskets,
the fire and start grilling.
Lantern Rite, Alchemical Ascension, and we just did the iridescent Arataki Rock and Vertilife Tour de Force of Awesomeness. Dang. Prelude of Blanchard, as light rain falls without reason. We went to prison. Dang, there was so much, so relaxing. Just nice to go camping with friends. I'm very curious how Sethos is going to tie into this.
There are 3 tents. Which one do you 2 want to take?
How about the one on the left? Well, Paimon just thinks the ambiance here is a little better.
True. But it's also the closest to the water. If there...
Well, that's no good.
Anyone would think you were sealing the gates to King Deshret's mausoleum.
Excellent. Then this tent will be an impenetrable fortress.
I'm back! How's your appetites? Ready for the barbecue? Always.
It's a good vibe. This is a good vibe quest.
Oh, it smells so good.
Someone sure is desperate to eat. I think it's time to add the seasoning.
Wait, what? Isn't... Hey, if it works for steak...
Medium well for me.
Okay, these are about ready now then. It'll be a few more minutes for anyone...
I'm gonna dig in. Sorry, you know, I never go...
Oh, that was
medium
so
rare.
delicious. If I ate a lot too. Oh, here comes the food coma.
If you're tired, then go rest.
You must be getting sleepy too, Paimon. why don't you guys head to your tent?
Tonight, I show you mercy.
Good night. Paimon's struggling to keep her eyes open.
Oh, don't forget this. The staff of the Scarlet Sands.
Wait, you were actually being serious?
It's a very powerful weapon.
Paimon can't even
Yep,
lift
I have
that
him
thing.
equipped with Whitebane.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Paimon's sure. We'll be fine. And even if we do get an
Because I have a Dull Blade. A divine artifact slayer of countless vile monsters.
That reminds me of a parting king of invocation. But right now, it's time.
This camping trip has been really relaxing. I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight. We open in the peace and tranquility of the forest. Nature's warm embrace lulls you to a restful sleep. Then something bad immediately happens.
I think they should all be here. Traveler? Paimon? Are you in the—
Look at this.
What the? What's this sword doing here? Is it supposed to keep out intruders?
Evidently.
Huh? Who is it? Oh, what time do you call this? Paimon's gonna take out the sword. Yeah! Oh, hey them, Kave! What are you doing?
Sorry to wake you up at this hour of the night, but we've got a situation.
Let's get dressed and talk about it outside. Something has come up. And since it pertains to Cyrus and Cyno, I deemed it essential to—
Whoa, back up. Let's start. Huh? Where'd the wine cups go? I could have sworn I left them here after I washed them. Ah, there they are.
I'll have a cup too.
Can you see if the cookies are still on the table?
They are.
These two roommates.
And so are the fruits.
Oh, this is so bland. I should have gotten a few bottles of what CYNO'S group was drinking last—
Do tell. What were they drinking?
Oh, right, I forgot to mention. So, I ran into Cyrus yesterday evening when I went to the tavern to pick up some things. He was hosting a dinner for Cyno, Tighnari, Kale, and the Traveler and Paimon. Anyway, they got a bottle of Lombard's new vintage for the table. At least, I think that's what it was.
Sounds like they're all tangled up in this.
You know what it's about, right? 16-year-old kid tried to extort Cyrus. He was asking for 10 million mora.
I heard some people talking about it on the streets, yes. Didn't take them long to catch the culprit.
Yep.
The sages are probably dealing with the case by now.
I wonder what Sir
are
Nephis
Cyrus's
and the others will
secrets?
make of it. Oh, Cyrus showed me the extortion letter, too. It was crudely written, but the paper had this beautiful pattern on it that I've never seen before. Really caught my eye. Give me a sec, I'll sketch it out for you.
Just two normal roommates doing normal roommate stuff.
Okay, done. Take a look. You see what I mean? I don't think I've ever seen writing paper like this around before. God knows where the culprit got it.
Interesting. These are all motifs associated with the tribes of the desert.
What? Really?
Take this, for instance. Looks like an outline of a spire, similar to the kind found on some ancient palaces. And the crisscrossing and mirroring, it bears a striking resemblance to an ancient emblem.
Whose emblem is it?
It's the emblem of the Temple of Silence.
I read that was part of CYNO'S quest.
After discussing it with each other, we both agreed that something didn't feel right. So we went looking for you. This was a long way to come from the city. Alhaitham figured you were probably with Tighnari, so Gandharvaville was our first stop. But the Forest Watchers told us that you'd gone camping. Then, just as we were heading off to the campsite, we ran into Cyno. He said he was on a supply run.
We exchanged a few words, and then he ran off.
Hold on. So what's the deal with that emblem you were talking about? The Temple of Silence, you said? What is that? Should we be worried?
Is everything okay? Give me a second. Let me get Kale.
Right.
So you've never heard of the Temple of Silence? Well, to put it simply, it's an organization that has existed in Sumeru for over 1,000 years. These days, you can find a Temple of Silence office in the academia.
Okay.
Theoretically, it's responsible for the custody and disposal of information and documents not fit for public dissemination. At least, that's what they tell the outside world. In truth, it's essentially a vestigial institution nowadays. There's an office with their name on it, but it's functionally obsolete. Historically speaking, the original Temple of Silence is said to have been established by Hermanubis, one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret and the greatest of all sages. Most of the organization's members hailed from the desert.
Was it Hermanubis the god?
By contrast, none of the Academia Temple's current members are from the desert region, nor do they use any symbols connected.
So the Temple of Silence at the Academia?
It's possible. The real question...
So, how do you know all this?
Did you forget? He did a stint as acting Grand Sage, and kept the pay raise even after he resigned.
Oh, yeah! Paimon did totally forget.
If you're asking me whether I familiarized myself with the documentation in my office, I would respond that that's a perfectly normal part of any job.
Reasonable.
So much about this doesn't make sense. Why did the emblem of the Temple of Silence appear on a threat letter from an academia student to Cyrus?
Why the emblem?
The student's only 16, and doesn't have any family ties to the desert.
You said you ran into CYNO, yes?
Yep. He ran off as soon as he heard what we...
Given that Cyrus is involved, he's probably... Still, we should try to catch up with him.
If the Academia's Temple of Silence really does exist just to cover up the truth, the sudden appearance of this emblem can't be good. We should pay a visit to the...
Yes. As the Sage of Amorta, my master ought to know the truth about their office. You can ask him to tell you what he knows. The more information we have...
If this situation is connected to the real Temple of Silence, the...
Kale, could I trouble you to send a message to the Core of 30? Tell them to keep an eye out for CYNO and Cyrus. Traveler, Paimon, you two come with...
Sounds like a plan.
Cyrus has been living in the city lately. He rented a place near the field so he can keep an eye on his tomato plants.
Then let's go look for him there.
Have I ever been to CYNO'S house? I don't think so.
Here we are. This is the place.
We might be too late. Looks like nobody's home. Oh, CYNO moves fast. If he was here, he's probably...
I know that voice. Is that Tighnari I hear?
Ah! Professor Zahahadi!
Wow, so it really is you. My goodness, whatever is going on tonight?
We're looking for CYNO. So, he's already been here.
Yes, not long ago, in fact. He knocked on my door and asked if I'd seen Cyrus today at all. I told him the old fool left early this morning, and I hadn't heard him come back. So we went to his place, and would you believe it? He's gone. Goodness knows where to. It must have alarmed CYNO, because he took off in an awful hurry after that. He never did explain what this was all about. How serious is it?
Well, if Cyrus isn't at home...
Professor, did you hear that a student recently tried to extort Cyrus?
Why, yes. When I left the house that day, I noticed he was watering his flowers in the field in complete silence. He had I could tell something was troubling him, but he wouldn't tell me what it... After seeing the letter, CYNO told him to contact the Core of 30, but Cyrus was very reluctant. He claimed it would.
Huh? Cyrus didn't want to report it? Well, that's strange. When we saw him, he seemed pretty okay with the idea of the kid getting his...
As a former sage, it's possible Cyrus still has enemies at the Academia. That's why CYNO was so insistent that he report the matter.
So Cyrus initially hoped to stop this from going...
Because of the secrets?
Oh, dear. What on earth has that... Oh, I almost forgot. CYNO left me this letter to pass on to you. He wrote it when he came by early.
Thank you.
What does it say?
My friends, this is a complicated state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose more than that. I ask you to understand and accept that I had to act alone at the stage. Don't come out.
My friends.
Yep, that sounds like CYNO. Thank you, Professor. Traveler, Paimon. Let's head to the...
Be good. Boom. There's the guys.
You're here? I thought you were going after... Ah, I guess you lost their trail.
We went to Cyrus's house. No one was there.
He didn't say where he was going?
No. He left us a letter.
Share
Can't say I'm surprised.
Typical CYNO. Anyway, some updates on progress on our end. I drew the emblem from memory again, but in more detail this...
I checked some ancient texts for a similar design. The one I found was a little blurry, but the similarities in the general form and certain details were clear enough to confirm a match.
Yeah, and we're lucky we found anything at all. It turns out the emblem was all but lost to history. We scoured the entire Academia collection.
Meanwhile, Arav managed to get Uraka to disclose his source. The one who told him about Cyrus's embezzled funds was a young man from the desert. According to Uraka, he had a striking presence and was well educated.
Apparently, the two met in the tavern over a game of cards. The guy claimed to be in the city for business, as Uraka was intrigued when he heard what his new acquaintance had to say, and brought up the idea of extorting Cyrus for Mora. The guy encouraged him to go ahead with it, then handed him some pen and paper.
I see. So
how do we find this?
He doesn't know. He claims not to have seen him since that day in the tavern. The man gave him some tips on how to carry out the extortion, but from then on, Uraka was acting alone.
Nephis and Arav have gone to meet the Court of 30 and review the city's entry and exit records. Also, Nephis admitted that the Temple of Silence in the Academia is just a facade. The true Temple of Silence once came to the rainforest to establish a collaboration with the Academia. But, as time went by, the sages gradually became corrupt and foolish. The Temple of Silence felt that they could no longer trust the Academia and ended the partnership. They retreated back to the desert about 400 years ago. Ever since its inception, the Temple of Silence has been the guardians of King Deshret's civilization and belief system. They traveled throughout Sumeru, sequestering and guarding any wisdom that posed a threat to the people's livelihood. At its roots, it was a legitimate and reputable organization whose purpose was to guide people towards the right path.
The Academia of the day knew that the split would damage their reputation if it became a matter of public knowledge. And so, they set up a dummy organization of...
Not only that, but they managed to keep up the charade for hundreds of years!
So how did Cyrus become acquainted with the true Temple of Silence?
I'll bet that's the question that bothered CYNO.
Whoever is behind this, getting Uraka to extort Cyrus was only the first step of the plan. Their true goal in doing so was for Cyrus to see the emblem.
He must have recognized it right away. That'll be why he didn't want to involve the authorities. He probably hoped to take care of the whole thing by himself.
Since the desert is where the Temple of Silence originated,
I have to go after...
Really? Are you sure that's a good idea with how you respond to the heat?
Yeah. I should be fine, as
very
long as I
badly.
bring plenty of water.
Everyone, I have news from the core of 30.
Sage Nephis.
Master!
Oh, so that's Nafis, Tainari's master?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Traveler in Paimon.
Damn, look at those glasses.
Several independent eyewitnesses have reported seeing Cyrus and Mahamatra CYNO leaving the city at different times. I was going to suggest that you join forces with the core of 30 in this case. However, the Academia has made a number of decisions throughout history that I am ashamed to talk about. It may well... I won't attempt to make you understand the Academia's perspective.
I understand where you're coming from, Master. But I'm...
Good point. If Cyrus... Everyone, we have to get Cyrus and CYNO back.
Need our help? Whatever.
Really? Wonderful. Arav and I will continue to follow up on the lead from Uraka. Tainari, you are planning to go into the desert.
I am. Kaveh, I'll be okay. You stay behind to help Master.
Well, if you're sure.
Thank you all. Arav, let's go.
You'd better get moving. Don't forget to ask for help when you...
Will do. Let's go, Tainari. Hopefully we can...
Knowing him, he's probably covered a fair distance.
Let's do it. Hey, we have a shortcut. It's called fast travel. I was hoping they'd be hanging out and I could talk to them. I guess not. Fly into Caravan Rabat. Music's so good. We've gotten a lot of King Destrit lore over the past year and a half. I want to get more lore for the Wall of Samiel. It seems like incredibly impressive.
Okay, we made it to Caravan Rabat. Where should we go? Maybe we should ask the...
Hold on.
Is that
Dia?
Dia?
Candace?
You sure you want to brave the desert alone?
It's not my first time.
CYNO.
If you're really going to go through with this, then at least take our advice. When you're packing for your trip, budget for 5 days more than you plan to spend up.
Makes sense. Okay.
Thought we might find you here. You're trying to retrace Cyrus's steps, aren't you?
Didn't I tell you not to come after me? I thought I had a good lead.
Sorry, but we never agreed to that. Why would you go off on your own?
Nothing personal. It's just a complex situation.
Takes a special kind of person to get CYNO chasing them all the way out to Caravan Rabat. But why so coy today, huh? You only gave us his age and description. Oh, also, hey guys, it's been a while.
Dia and Candace! So nice to see you. Actually, seeing all of our friends...
You're looking well. Glad to see. Candace and I came to Caravan Rabat on business. We ran into CYNO as he was asking about some elderly gentleman's whereabouts. Some people say they saw him.
I really love Candace's
Guess he
design.
stood out as an
Bring
older
money
guy
in there.
heading into the desert alone with just a sumpter beast in tow. That's gotta be one heck of a story.
CYNO. It's okay if you can't tell us anything about the cake. We're here to help however you need. The more people we have working on this, the quicker we'll be able...
No, it's not that simple.
We spoke with Zaha Hadid. From what she said, it's pretty clear that he wants to try and solve this on his own. It won't be easy trying to find him in the desert when he's...
Sounds like this is far more complex than we imagined.
Still, if he started from Caravan Rabat, the chances are that his route took him past our village. You may as well ask if anyone there has seen him.
My thanks to you both. Once this is resolved, I will find a way to repay you.
Come on. No need to get all serious.
Yeah.
Just buy a round of drinks next time. All right, so...
Yes, Well,
all right. Then we'll leave you to it.
And don't think you'd be imposing. You can depend on...
Don't worry, we'll keep him out of trouble.
Okay.
Cyno should count himself lucky that the Traveler and Tainari got here when they did. What was he thinking, trying to play the lone hero?
The desert tests the character of all who enter it, and only those with wisdom and courage shall prevail.
Thank you, Candace and Dia. You guys are great. In terms of lore, at least.
Hold on. There's a few things I'd like to clear up. So, after you left...
Clearly, we've only scratched the surface of the Temple of Silence question. It doesn't surprise me at all that the one in the academia is a fake.
Do you have any connection with the...
I do. I trust you're all aware of the spirit that gives me my power. Hermanubis, the original founder of the Temple of Silence. Due to my unique constitution, I was put through a number of trials in the desert when I was younger.
I feel like that's why he had such a good bond
Later,
with Kale, 'cause they
I
had
met the
similar
professor,
experiences.
but my memory of that time is... It's a good thing that Kaveh noticed the emblem on the letter. Without that, I don't know if we would have connected the dots and realized there was more to this case than I did not recognize that symbol at all. Whether that's because I've never seen it, or because my memory fails me.
Yeah, you're right. Thank goodness for Kaveh, and for Alhaitham's diligence.
But Cyrus must have recognized it right away, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any qualms about you reporting it.
I suspect so too. Professor has never once mentioned the Temple of Silence in conversation. And whenever the conversation turns to Hermanubis and the concept of spirit indwelling, he avoids going into any depth.
Well, speaking of avoiding things...
It'd be cool if we learned more about
You do
Hermanubis.
realize, don't you, now that we've caught up with you, you're stuck with us for the rest of the way.
I am aware.
Speaking of spirits and
I
gods
have
that
accepted
within,
it.
it would be cool if we would get Kale's manga backstory in game in like a Kale hangout event or a Kale story quest.
Or rather, I don't see how I could manage to ditch you on route.
That's right. Fact is, we're coming with you whether you like it or not. So the best op—
Fair enough.
Works for me. All right, off we go. Let's start by seeing what the guards here...
Investigation time.
Hello.
Mahamatra Cyno?
I'm looking for someone. So I'd like to confirm any recent...
Describing Cyrus.
A man matching that description passed by Aru village not too long.
Where was he going?
Let me think. He took a seat by the entrance of the village for a while, and had a brief chat with the person who came to deliver the water. He said he was headed... Do you have a map? I can mark out the direction he was heading and the best routes to any nearby oases.
I have one.
Great. There you go.
Thank you so much. You were a great help.
Like
You've got a really good...
You're quite best of luck.
Hold on. I see some people.
Do you think it's safe to...
Should be. I'll go.
No. I'll do it.
Huh? Why can't Cyno go talk to them? What did...
Given my background, appearance, and the way I dress, I might not be the most welcome visitor here.
Ah, hello there. I hope I'm not interrupting. My friend and I are looking for an elderly man who's gone missing around these parts. Any chance I could ask you a...
Oh, a missing person, huh? Sure. What do you want to know?
I'm just wondering if you've seen him. Let me give you the details.
So, a silver-haired guy in a long robe, culture type with thoughtful eyes.
He'd stand out like a sore thumb around here.
Yeah, sounds like the kind of guy we'd remember if we saw him.
He's looking behind me.
Uh-oh.
Your friend over there stands out a lot, too.
Yes,
Hey!
the traveler.
Aren't you Cyno, the General Mahamatra?
Yes, that's me.
You don't seem surprised that I recognized you.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, you're the one looking for the old man who's gone.
I have a bad feeling about this guy.
Someone's on edge. No need to hide it. I understand why you're wary of us. Still, you came to us asking for help.
I thought you were a group of merchants.
Your henchmen don't look like much. But something tells me they put up a better fight than most mercenaries.
Hey! Hear that, guys? You're my henchman now.
Suits me. As long as I get paid.
Just cut to the chase already. I'm
all right. Come with me. All of you. Don't you want to find your friend? Silver-haired, long robe, culture type with thoughtful eyes? Sounds like there's a whole other side to Cyrus.
So you know where he is?
Just follow me. I'll take you to him.
I want to look at him, and I want to see if he has a,
And?
What? Where are you looking? There.
Please, step back.
Open sesame.
Whoa! Something's coming out of the ground!
What is this enormous building doing here?
And how was it so well hidden? King Deshret's technology?
Wait, so... Hold on, who are you guys really?
Is this the Temple of Silence?
All good questions. There'll be plenty of time to address them.
Into the temple we go.
This is not what Paimon was expecting to find in the desert, especially not hidden right next to an oasis. I'm scared. They must have kidnapped Cyrus. Do you think this is the guy?
What's wrong? Thinking about your professor?
I just hope for your sake you haven't done anything you might regret.
Me too. Hope I haven't done anything to incur your wrath.
chests. This looks important.
All right. You can wait here for now. I'll inform our leader that you've arrived at the Temple of Silence. Sit tight until he comes to greet you.
So he's just gonna leave us here unattended?
They can't have been at the Oasis by chance. They were waiting for us.
Could Cyrus
Whoever
be
the leader is
of
here, they were obviously counting.
Maybe like the former leader who...
So this is the Temple of Silence. After leaving the rainforest, they hid themselves here?
Guys, I'm gonna do a very quick bio break on this beautiful, very Indiana Jones imagery. I will be right back. Give me 1 second. Okay.
Hey, look! That guy's coming back.
Don't worry. Someone will come and call.
What's your name?
Sorry, guess I was so delighted to see you, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is CYNO'S. I'll be here if you need me, but I'm not planning on answering all of your questions.
Again,
Other
imagery
than that,
is called...
you can occupy yourselves however you see fit.
To Egyptian mythology, Ermanubis for Cyno. The name Sethos reminds me of Set.
So we're free to explore by ourselves.
It's kind of a dark,
Yep. I mean,
chaotic.
I'm not worried about you running off.
An evil
Cyrus is here. And unless I've misunderstood, you're all quite anxious to see him again.
Yeah. God of desert, storms,
right.
disorder, violence.
Well, if we've got some time, we might as well take a look around.
He's also known as Seth or Sutek.
I never imagined that the true Temple of Silence would be hidden somewhere like this. We've passed through these parts before.
That's King Deshret's technology for you, I guess. It borders on the miraculous.
We should be wary of our hosts.
Yeah.
Still, at this point, we can be confident that the professor is safe and sound.
Hey, Sethos! Have you got some time?
Sure. Although, I'm assuming
Yeah,
by
electro
chat,
vision right
you
there.
mean you have questions for me? Not often. The Temple of Silence is a place of quiet and solitude. We don't get too many visitors.
You were the one who tricked Araka, right?
Yes, that was me. Although, tricked is a stretch. He insisted that nothing was off the table, even if it broke the law. So, I told him that's...
So you framed Cyrus for...
No. That's not entirely true. Let me jog your memory. The letter just said that he had uncovered Cyrus's secret. Of course. Araka was a great accomplice, really. Very cooperative with a little bit of wine in him. Did exactly what he was told. And not much of an original thinker, though. It doesn't surprise me that he struggles academically.
Why did Cyrus leave for the desert as soon as he received the letter?
In terms of character design,
You'll have to ask him that one yourself.
Back, so it's like it's wild,
certain things I
being
can't answer
restrained.
for him. I'm neither judging nor defending him. All you need to know is that he recognized our emblem, and it was his own choice to take the bait.
I love the color choice. The white, the gold, the orange, and the purple.
What kind of question is that? He's the General Mahamatra. Everyone in Sumeru knows who he is.
Right, but back at the Oasis, you can't have known who he was for sure, or you wouldn't have asked him. So, what we're really asking is, have you never seen him in person?
I've lived in the desert my whole life. Guess you could say I've never had the pleasure.
Ugh, why does Paimon feel like...
Come on, we've only just met. If I give you all the answers up front, nope, not once.
Really?
I have no need to go there. Not when the taverns are full of the Urakas of this world. Besides, we're well aware of what goes on at that place. Spies? It's not as clandestine as that. The city gates are wide open. Anyone's free to walk in. Mm-hmm.
Curious. It's very conversation heavy.
Ah, here he is.
For a second, I thought that was the master, and I'm like, okay, so they're doing like a title thing. Libraries, scrolls, books. Could this be like where all the information and knowledge that they...
Grandfather, the person you wish to see is here.
Well done, CYNO'S.
Ba-Moon.
Greetings, one and all. I am Ba-Moon, the current leader of the Temple of Silence. I know why you are here.
Professor!
Cyrus, are you okay?
Ah!
Watch what you're doing!
Oh, my apologies. We have no intention of causing you distress. But you must understand, Cyrus is of great importance to me. Cyrus owes me his life. And to the Temple of Silence, he owes a debt of gratitude. I let him go a long time ago, but now, the time has come to demand payment.
I wanted to end my feud with this old bag of bones before you caught up with me. Just leave, Cyno. This is a matter between us two old...
So that's why you didn't want to report the letter.
Okay.
You'd made up your mind to come here from the beginning.
Really judging him.
You only left in such a hurry to try and throw us off your trail.
Some things in life catch up with you, no matter what you do.
Cyno didn't make us do anything. We came here for the same reason he did. To rescue you.
My secrets are secret for good reason. Bringing them to light can only lead to misfortune.
You're afraid, aren't you? You can't bring yourself to speak of your past deeds to the students you nurtured as if they were... You recognized our emblem because for many years you lived among us. Indeed, you knew as soon as you saw the letter that we, not Araka, were the ones speaking to you. It threatened you only because you know what you did. For you, Cyrus, are a traitor. You once shared your learning with us, and joined us in our mission to revive the might of Hermanubis, to bring new hope, new opportunity. But then, you betrayed us. You bargained for your independence with your past contributions. And then you left, taking with you Hermanubis' might and the wielder of his power.
Cyno.
We both know what I said to you that day. that as the leader, I grant you permission to leave, but that one day, the sands of time will catch up with you. And when that day comes, you must pay the price you owe.
You really know how to hold a grudge.
Hermanubis' might? And the wielder of his power?
Does he mean you?
The moon is right. I came here once before. He rescued me from the brink of death once, many years ago in the desert. When he learned that I was a scholar, he invited me to come here and revive the might of Hermanubis together.
Okay.
It was a great, daring plan, and one shrouded in secrecy. The Temple of Silence had been bereft of Hermanubis for too long. Bamoon proposed that we implant bar fragments, shards of Hermanubis, into the bodies of suitable vessels.
Horrid.
If the experiment was successful, the spirit of Hermanubis would then dwell within the vessel. Many believers volunteered themselves for the experiment. But we soon discovered that the bodies of grown adults could not withstand Hermanubis' power. In the end, Bamoon offered his own adoptive grandson. One other child was identified as a suitable vessel, and his parents agreed to release him into our custody in exchange for a small fortune. These two children were our only hope for hosting Hermanubis' power.
The aspects of the soul are the Ka and the Ba. Your protecting spirit, Ka, survives the death of the body and resides in a picture or statue. It's your double. Where the Ba, and the Ak, sorry, is the third aspect of the soul, is your bird. The mobility of the soul after death. And the Ak, repurpose of visiting the earth for its own enjoyment, is the entity. So your entity, your personality would be your Ak, but the Ba would be the soul that continues after death. So it's the part of Hermanubis that survived.
For many years, the Temple of Silence had been in possession of 2 Ba fragments from
Those have
Hermanubis.
one of the pieces
As remnants of his
Hermanubis
raw
in them?
power, they were exceedingly rare. The test subjects were sent into a room that had been prepared for the ceremony and instructed to approach the Ba fragments, whose power had been amplified. If, after some time, this power did not repel them, the original plan was for a 3-stage experiment: resonance, implantation, and recovery and observation.
Still so scientific about it.
The resonance stage went quite smooth. As the second stage began, I realized a decision had to be made. Should we implant the fragments one at a time? This would allow us to monitor the results after the first round and adjust our plan accordingly. Or alternatively, we could implant each fragment in a different vessel at the same time.
Experimentation.
But as I was deliberating, both Ba fragments suddenly became active. They glowed with a light we had never seen before. I knew that if they were not implanted right away, they would disintegrate. Our 2 vessels had both displayed great promise by successfully resonating with the fragments. Under the circumstances, to preserve our faith and our power, we implanted each of them.
Ultimately, I ended the experiment.
In recognition of your past contributions, I chose not to send someone to hunt down and kill you both. Your lives were spared, but I have paid a great price for your betrayal. I have always wanted to see you, Cyno. Losing you and your Ba fragment dealt us a devastating blow. We've been in decline ever since you left.
I see. So that's how I gained my power.
Look, in essence, I borrowed your Ba fragment for a decade or so. And now you are seeking justice. If you want to take my life, then so be it. An old
right,
man
Cyrus.
now, anyway. But you cannot lift a finger against Cyno. He is the General Mahamatra. Your actions would be seen as a declaration of war against the Academia.
I'm sure you don't remember anymore, dear Cyno, but you've met us all before. You were so young then, when we all gathered around and celebrated the revival of our Lord. You and he, Sethos, you were our final hope.
You'd like me to return my power?
As a follower of Hermanubis, I have allowed this power to remain in the rainforest for far too long. Now, it is time to reclaim
that power. Is not yours to reclaim. Cyno was chosen by the gods. You cannot take what they have bestowed.
You are wrong. Cyno was chosen, but he was not the only one. My child, Sethos, has the same gift as he.
So those are your terms for freeing the professor?
Despise me all you want. My sins are my own. The Temple of Silence is an innocent party. It is because of my foolishness all those years ago that the Temple's glory has waned. And now I must take responsibility for the decision I made back.
So what you're saying is, the power of one Ba fragment is not enough? You're asking me to return the one in my possession, so it can be implanted in him and—
Divine power causes great suffering to those who wield it. How do you know that Sethos would be able to withstand—
He is no longer a small child. But regardless, this burden is ours to bear, and your objections mean little.
Both my heart and mind are telling me that what you are proposing is a terrible idea.
Don't listen to him, Cyno. That power is no more yours to give than it is his to take.
I know.
It is a little bit.
But if this is a question of your freedom—
Sorry to interrupt, but in my view, there are a number of contentions. Say that Cyno refuses to return his power, and you also refuse to release Cyrus. Then, we are at an impasse. You're trying to gauge where we stand while keeping your remaining cards close to your chest. Well, my stance is, put the rest of your cards on the table. Then we can have a discussion.
Wait, those ears. So, we have a descendant of the Valukashuna in our midst. Splendid. Everything we have longed for, Hermanubis will provide. Perhaps this very day we'll...
Valukashuna. Valukashuna were a race subject to the Scarlet King, Deshret. Valuka meaning sand or desert. Okay.
Why is he coughing so much?
His condition's critical. He's forcing himself to act strong. His eyesight is failing too, otherwise he would have noticed 10 areas.
Moon, you take our leader back to his room. Grandfather, I know what you wish. I don't like to drag out conversations, so I'll just cut to the chase. Had Cyrus not stopped the experiment all those years ago, the plan would most likely have been a success. The wisdom of Hermanubis would have been ours. Still, it's no use talking about what-ifs. I'm not like my grandfather. The Temple of Silence has a grand legacy and a sacred duty to fulfill. So it's somewhat inevitable for the leader to have an inflated sense of self. But I see things a little differently. I don't believe the temple has the same stature that it once did, so I'm not going to force your hand. You're all free to leave, except for Cyrus. My grandfather gave him his chance once.
You have courage and wise judgment, kid. Reminds me a lot of... I truly wish that the temple would take an objective look at the academia of today. You've been to the city yourself. I'm sure you've seen that much has changed for the better, and things will only continue to improve.
If you hadn't betrayed my grandfather, I might well be open to persuasion.
Tainari made a good point earlier. He said there has to be more to your plan than this, and I agree. All you and Ba Moon are after is the Ba fragment. The professor will accept whatever fate you deem fit for him out of a sense of guilt. I am the one who has a choice to make. And that's how it was always going to be. Ultimately, you want to trade the Ba fragment for the professor.
I'm glad to see you're giving it some serious consideration.
I won't forsake my professor. Nor do I intend to run from a problem that I must face sooner or later.
That works. Then I'll be waiting. Oh, my grandfather still has a fair few things he wants to say to Cyrus.
Are you sure about negotiating?
I need to think this through. Everyone, let's meet again later tonight.
All right. Well, don't put too much pressure on yourself, Cyno.
That would be cool. Nope. Nothing, no treasure, no nothing. There's a good amount of people in here. $2013. Okay, this room was closed before past the Griffin. These rooms are massive.
I've taken some time to reflect on this. If I had to guess, Professor Cyrus came to the desert knowing that he would almost certainly never return. He's a stubborn man who tends to double down when he feels strongly about something.
I agree. My master Nephis says the same thing. Once Cyrus make...
So that's... You've heard all you need to hear about the Temple of Silence. My own memories of this place are hazy, though. Probably something to do with the overpowering presence of the Ba fragments. That might explain why I suffered from constant headaches and fevers as a child. I do remember having some fleeting moments of profound emotion when vague images would appear in my mind. I was still young then, and all I could understand was that there was a strong will inside my mind. Thinking back on it now, I suppose it was Hermanubis' way of trying to encourage me, even if we couldn't communicate. Nice. The power that came to inhabit my spirit was probably one of the cornerstones of their whole faith.
Yeah.
So if the will and might of Hermanubis is a real, intangible thing, and they are its rightful worship...
You're not gonna give in to their demands, are you? Surely there has to be another way!
Don't make rash decisions.
No.
The other way.
I have no intention of returning it. I need this power to protect Sumeru. But the temple has the right to make the final decision over its fate. since it belongs to one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret. So I will challenge them head-on, and win the right to wield this power for myself.
This reminds me of something Alhaitham mentioned to me just before we left. He said that the Temple of Silence was originally founded by the ruling elite of the day. Traditionally, such organizations are bound by a strict and ancient code of Kaveh has made similar observations about the desert tribes from his work trips there. He says many of them have their own internal rule. I think we could turn that to our advantage.
Wow, and just like that, we've turned the tables on them.
Looks like we have the same idea. Turn it back on them now while we still can, in terms that they cannot refuse.
Sounds
Great.
good to me.
And I know just how to start the conversation. Let's go find CYNO'S.
Just a weird anti-cleaner.
CYNO'S, let's talk.
Have you made up your mind?
We'll get to that, but first, I have some degree of medical training, so
I have no objections, although we do have our own doctors.
Only one way to find out.
Follow me. Keep your voices down. We don't want to disturb.
So he cares.
Let's talk outside. Bamoon has fallen into a deep coma, and his prognosis is quite grave. He appears to have sustained a serious injury in his youth, which has been exacerbated over the years by the heavy burden of work. Regretfully, I must inform you that, based on what I've seen with patients in a similar condition, he doesn't have long left. A few days at most.
Yeah. I've known.
You're his heir, aren't you? You clearly have a lot of respect for the man. But you also see things differently. You have a broader range of concerns, so tell me how we can end this on your terms. Let's find a way to bring all this to a resolution while Bamoon is still alive to see it.
Yeah, there's no time to waste.
You know, the two of you are actually in a very similar predicament right now. Both of you have a very different perspective from the men who raised you.
Right. And you didn't create this situation. They did, but...
You're right. We both look at this problem very differently than the people we inherited it from. I accept, CYNO. This all began because of Hermanubis. So let's end it with the rite he himself. Legend has it that when Hermanubis first arrived in Tuletula, he sparred with the city's residents. He and his 2 companions proved their mettle by fighting over several days. That group of supporters were some of the first members of the Temple of Silence.
Cool.
And the sparring matches were enshrined as one of our founding rites.
Sounds very fitting.
As a fellow vessel of Hermanubis, your ties to the Temple of Silence run
3 against 3.
However, I have some additional terms. As the challengers, you must win all 3 of your fights to win. And CYNO, letting Cyrus leave with one of the Ba fragments was a mistake, made by my grandfather out of pity. It is a long-standing issue that must be addressed for the
None needed. If I win, the Temple of Silence, if you win, I'll return my power to you.
It's a deal.
Okay, sounds fair.
Then let's meet at the ceremony.
To go all the way back.
Well,
That would kill
after
those
how that
things.
went, there's definitely...
There never was. Turning back hasn't been an option for me since the moment the professor slipped away to return to the
You have to win. You need this power.
Yeah, that's right. Besides, it stayed with you ever since you were a small child.
Both as General Mahamatra And for myself. Yeah. When you put it that way, I've had to overcome a lot to tame this power.
Exactly!
Let's not get sidetracked. We gotta get focused on
The Traveler and I will...
And neither. The desert was home to an ancient and great civilization that, for a variety of reasons, fell out with the civilization of the rainforest. But there must be personal factors at work here, too. I can't shake the feeling that Bamoon cares for many more things than he lets on. And I don't think that CYNO'S is any kind of villain. Tomorrow.
Okay, let's do it, baby. Bum 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 bum.
Luck can swing the results of a single game, but it's bound to run out sooner or later.
Speaking of Tuletula's remembrance is Wanderer's weapon, which I do not have. But I do not need.
We gather on this day to perform once more the rite of duels, with the greatest of all sages, Lord Hermanubis, as our witness. This is our most sacred of ceremonies, and no disruption from the audience shall be tolerated. Representing the Temple of Silence, the Defender.
Grandfather, you're here.
A rite of duels after...
I know what I'm doing, Grandfather.
Representing the Academia, the Challenge.
Ready. We will fight to have our boy...
Warriors, take your... We come not to debate what brings our challengers here, nor what will become of the defeated duelists. Duelists, the might of Hermanubis himself is at stake here.
Huh? Are you sure?
I agree. She's very strong. Sending...
Okay, then you're...
Sure.
We have decided.
So have we.
Duelists of the first bout, please step forward.
Yeah, but I got a dull blade, my guy. Is it actually Lumine?
Don't forget, safety first! Hey, you there! You better play nice with her, or Paimon will make you regret it!
A little bit too much chatter from the audience over there.
A swift end to the first bout. I now invite the duelists of the second bout. When you're both ready,
let's begin.
Watch out!
Not the weapon I had equipped with them as a trial set already with Hunter's Pass.
He drank plenty of water before the bout, so he should be fine.
Can't see? Yeah. One with the force.
Easy.
Thus ends the second bout.
I'm ready.
So am I.
This is the final stage of when you're both...
I am CYNO'S, vessel of Hermanubis, grandson of Bamoon, the leader of the Temple of Silence. For many years, we have kept our covenant with Lord Hermanubis by guarding the secrets of King Deshret. And even in our darkest hour, when we could not see a way forward, we chose not to abandon. We earnestly sought Lord Hermanubis' wisdom and power, longing to see his spirit and his light. Now, I will fight to become the rightful wielder of that power.
I am CYNO, General Mahamatra of the Academia, student and successor of Cyrus, the Sage of Spantamad. I fight in defense of my power, my professor, and my nation. And you. I think you left some things unsaid. This is a sacred duel, and Hermanubis is watching. So bare your soul.
Everyone, old and young, fit and free. My grandfather is a wise leader. He is also known to be a ruler who is not afraid to get blood on his hand. But our faith has held us back for too long. After I grew up, I went to the rainforest once, and I saw for myself the people of the city. Times have changed. The people of Sumeru are happier and more free now than in the past. I thought about this as I stood at one of the tallest points in the city, gazing down at the streets below. Then I thought of you, CYNO. You and I both wield the same power, yet the lives we lead could not be more different. Each Ba fragment of Hermanubis stands for something different. Might, glory, and one of many other secrets that have yet to be revealed. I once thought that the nature of our fragments must be what makes us so different from one another. But
Ooh, that's
maybe
an interesting concept.
It's that you've found your answer.
I am more than just a warrior.
Exactly. The name Hermanubis has left its mark on both of us, shaped the course of our lives. So show me your answer, CYNO. Show me I can be more than my faith, more than the power.
I hope I get to fight.
Bring
him.
it on!
So we know he's an electro archer, right? Ooh, cutscene? Lighter in color.
That's all you've got? What happened to searching for your answer?
Fight's over. Do you yield?
You won.
Well then, looks like you found your answer.
Is he giving us the rest of his power?
I give his glory to you.
His glory, and that's so CYNO'S his power, and that's his glory.
I've seen that light. That is the light of our Lord, the great Hermanubis, priest over all other priests. His spirit dwells within that lightning, and his will lives on.
So it was always meant to be Cyno?
Once a warrior of Tynar, he emerged from the barren desert sands to serve the god king Al-Ahmar.
Is it the ancestors of
After
Tanari?
the death of the god king, Hermanubis gathered his followers and the Tynarian priests and led them to the city of Tule-Tula. There, they founded the Temple of Silence. And from that day forth, we became stewards of all knowledge that survived from King Deshret's civilization. Barely a century passed before war ravaged the desert. One by one, Eremite leaders took up arms against each other in battles that would devour what little remained of their civilization. Only the wise city of Tule-Tula was spared under the guiding hand of the Tynarians. But peace did not
Those
last.
look like nails.
Coveting
Nails
the
of
knowledge
Celestia?
of King Deshret, the beasts set their eyes on Tule-Tula. The king of Gurabad laid siege to the city and ordered the sages to surrender to him the Temple of
And that became
Silence
Aru, right?
as proof of his victory. The ruling elite colluded with their oppressors, betraying the temple so as to hold on to their rule over the city. They declared that the knowledge guarded by the temple was the true cause of corruption. These were dark days, and we faced enemies on all sides. Our Lord had long since exhausted his strength, keeping the forbidden knowledge introduced by King Deshret at bay. To ensure the temple's continued survival, he broke his being into many pieces and began the ceremony of Hermanubis' legacy, bestowing his power upon his mortal followers. With this power, the temple was able to defeat the tyrant's army. Yet, we were not hailed as heroes. Strange and unfamiliar as this power was, it struck fear into the people's hearts and drove them to reject us. In the end, the people of the temple and the Tule-Tula Tynarians left the city for good and made their way to the rainforest. What followed next was inevitable. The elite of Tule-Tula fell and were decimated. War engulfed the desert. And we wandered from place to place, always in hiding, all the while keeping close watch over our secrets and staying true to our mission.
Tule-Tula, the city of
Betrayal forced us out of the desert and into the forest. Then mistrust drove us from the forest into the desert once more. We have lived in exile for far, far too long. Yet, today, the Temple of Silence has borne witness to the glory of Hermanubis once more. Thank you.
So is there a third Ba fragment? Is that what was being implied there? By the three followers?
How is it? Do you feel okay?
Grandfather.
You, Sethos, and the other members of the temple bid farewell to Bamoon. In the great hall, people gather in the hall to pay respects.
Hey, Sethos.
I know.
I guess you were prepared for this.
Yeah. He's been on death's door for a very long time now. At least, he was able to see this chapter come to a close.
What's next for...
Per my grandfather's last wishes, the Temple of Silence should submit to whoever possesses the largest number of Hermanupis fragments.
But that's never going to work. As I'm sure you realize, I did foresee this possibility and I gave it some thought. The fact is, I know next to nothing about the staff, records, and environment. Sethos, I believe the honor should go to you. Were it not for this duel, or indeed if you had other intentions, the Ba fragments would most likely be in your hands by now. I'm sure Bamoon never meant for anyone but you to be his successor. I do.
Still, I didn't think Bamoon looked very surprised by the final result.
Well, in any case, since the Ba fragments are with me now, I guess I can call the shot. Sethos, I would like you to succeed Bamoon as the new leader of the Temple of Silence. You are more suited to the role than I, and I have complete faith that you will be an excellent leader.
But doesn't that render everything that we've been through up to now meaning?
No, it doesn't. This experience has allowed us to become friends, which means that that's a much bigger deal than you might think, Sethos. You said yourself, times have changed. You have to believe that things can change for the better here at the...
I will try.
Actually, part of me wonders whether Bamoon's intentions from the very beginning was just to create enough pressure to force us towards a duel. That way, no matter who won, one of us would have to surrender our Ba fragment, and the power of Hermanubis would be... Had you won, the Temple of Silence would have doubled its strength. And were I to win, he correctly anticipated that I wouldn't suddenly drop everything to become the leader of the temple. He knew that the temple's future would depend not just on the guidance of Hermanubis, but the support of the academia too.
I'm interested to see
so
if
he
they
made
do
it his
anything with this going
responsibility to ensure his successor would be free from the burdens of... His plan meant that whoever ended up succeeding him, they would have an easier time interacting with the academia. With one single letter, he lured out the professor. No matter what happened after that.
And here I thought the General Mahamatra wouldn't care for all these trivial details. You're absolutely right. Grandfather and I considered this from every angle. We had to find a way to mend our relationship with the academia. Thank you for everything, Cyno. As a gesture of our gratitude, to those that you and Lesser Lord Kusanali deem worthy, I will grant the honor of access to the Temple of Silence. The Temple of Silence has a wealth of information on King Deshret's civilization, more than any other organ. But you must be exceedingly careful with your selection of candidates. By the way, Tainari, my grandfather was so happy to see you. You are a descendant of the Veluka Shuna, and we are the heirs to the will of Hermanubis. The story goes that King Deshret chose the sage Hermanubis from among the Tainarians and appointed him as his familiar.
So Hermanubis was a Tainarian.
He went on to fight many valiant battles with his Tainarian companions. They always stood by each other, from the founding of the Temple of Silence to the fall of Tuletula. The Tainarians who left Tuletula joined their human counterparts in the rainforest. A few centuries later, when some of the group returned to the desert, many of the Tainarians chose to stay. In all likelihood, those were your ancestors.
How fascinating. My father once mentioned that I was named after the Tainarians, but I never knew that my forebears had such a history with the Temple of Silence.
I like this story.
By the way, has anyone...
Yes. Cyrus. You'll probably find him in my grandfather.
If it's true that you and your grandfather really planned for everything to turn out this way...
Who knows?
Someone's got to make the decisions when history is at a crossroads. I will make a detailed report on all of this to Lesser Lord Kusanali, and arrange for an official delegation from the academia to come and meet you in the desert. I'm sure you'll have lots to attend to in the days ahead. But once things return to normal, please come and visit the rainforest again. You should stay for a few days this time, if we're going to work together. Both sides have to get to know one another better.
I will. All right. Well...
See you soon. Come hang out with...
Best of luck. You should join us on an adventure in the next patch.
Grandfather, we did it. From this day on, the Temple of Silence has the chance to work with the Academia once more.
Surrender!
Forgive my honesty, but we've reached this point of the day because you had to mention the Goat King. I understand your assessment of him as a treacherous official. None would deny his role in district's rulership had two sides, good and evil. The Goat King. But compared to Lord Hermanubis, and impure souls should know. I merely contend that the Goat King is nothing before the Crocodile King. Lockmore above. I was gonna say, what's the difference between open door and leave, but leave probably took you all the way out there. So Gorobad is the stuff we dealt with in the Genie and the second part of Jet's story quest. We learned the history of Gorobad, and that involved the Djinn and drowning the town in honey and all that weird stuff. So it's just a new place I can go to now? That's kind of sick.
The sunshine will eventually illuminate every hidden corner.
Yeah, probably gonna use that. That would make more sense.
What were you thinking, gallivanting off into the desert alone at your age? What if you take the bucket, You told not a soul what you were up to, designated nobody to handle your affairs, and left everyone scrambling frantically.
Oh, please, will you stop your yelling?
What do you mean, what other choice? Do you mean to tell me that after all your years of learning, and sagehood no less, the only idea you could conjure up in that white-haired walnut of yours was to shoot off into the unknown like some hot-headed 20-year-old adventurer? A one-man suicide mission, That's the best idea that one of the finest minds of a generation could come up with, is it?
All right, all right. Honestly, the way you're going off on me, it's like you wish you'd been there to lend him a hand.
I've got nothing more to say.
What do you mean, bag of bones? I'm a flesh and blood hero who, despite his old age, saved our General Mahamatra from being stripped of his power. Okay, look. Fine, I admit it, I was in the wrong. How can I make it up to you?
1 month? Try 3.
Inari's master is really laying into Cyrus.
We're too young to get
Professor
involved.
brought this on himself. Don't pay any attention.
Wow, I haven't. The last time he chewed someone out like this must have been back when I was still a student.
I think I'll go around and update everyone. Tell them the situation. We can go for dinner afterwards.
Makes sense. I'm in.
Free food is free
Payment's
food.
coming too.
You'd better start packing your things. Report.
What about my allowance? Oh, and his lunch.
Don't push your luck.
Hey, man's gotta eat.
There, Farah's on there. It is.
Hey,
Kale.
Kale.
You're back! Well, look who we have here. Would you mind explaining to me what—
All taken care of.
That does not answer my question. When you run into problems, you really ought to ask for help, you know? I've been around the block. Don't you think it would have made sense to involve me?
Now would not be a good time to attempt to argue with Farazan.
You're right.
Mm-hmm. It's not the first time that I've had to talk to you about this sort of thing either. You need to learn that there are times when the right thing to do is get a more experienced member of staff involved.
Kale, please do something.
He's giving me the signal. All right.
Say, Madam Farazan, I can see you're pretty upset, but,
Huh?
Immediate distraction.
Wait, did I hear that right? Kale, you remember? Wonderful. Well, of course the offer still stands. Come on. Madam Farazan will show you around the old classroom.
Poor Kale getting dragged off like that. Also, check out Farazan acting like some sort of official academia tour guide.
Kale! Cup.
Huh? What? What do you mean, cup?
Oh, it's nothing. Just Master's way of reminding me to stay hydrated while I'm out and about.
It's code for let's reconvene at the cafe. Tainari and I used it while we were in school.
Oh, that's...
Mm-hmm. 2 people left. Let's bring them along too.
Can't climb there.
Overruled.
So Dana. I'll hate them.
Am I hallucinating? Or do I see Kaveh and Alhaitham engaged in diligent study?
We're just reorganizing all the books we used.
There's no rush. Nobody reads.
My sincere thanks.
Yes, with your help, we resolved the issue rather swiftly and painlessly.
Cool. We tell them what happened. Cyno has
I
double the
see.
god in him now.
The Temple of Silence resorted to rather unique means of self-preservation.
And it sounds like they managed to preserve a whole load of ancient documents as well.
That day will come. The Temple of Silence is a hugely important organization. Now, as a token of my appreciation.
Yeah, sounds great. Although after the last few days, I don't know if I can handle another coffee.
Sure.
Wine, though. Absolutely. What's the name of this quest? The Dead Past? The dead past is the living present.
Nowhere to run!
And then, the Traveler just pounced on their opponent and knocked him right. Then there was Tainari. He put up an amazing fight, too. We ended up winning all 3 bouts! Whoa! Part of me with...
A truly edifying account of the events. Bereft of detail.
Hey, Paimon included all the juicy details. The Traveler just pounced and then waved their sword like this, then spun around and blocked.
Despite winning 3 bouts in a row, you still ceded the position of leader to him.
Of course. Being dignified comes with being a true champion.
I got to be a champion too for once. I've not sparred much with desert folk before. It was a pretty unique experience.
The venue is pretty impressive too. It's very ceremonial.
Huge place! It felt like something right out of an epic poem. Imagine this. It was like there was...
Maybe save that one for later.
Everyone enjoys Joe's company, the General Mahamatra's generosity, the shockwaves lifted by temples.
I think that'll do me for today.
Shall we stop off at the House of Dana again before heading home? We should
My thoughts exactly. See you around.
I should get going as well. See you all later.
I need to go say thanks to the Core 30 for their help. Also, Sir Nephis says he wanted to introduce me to some of the Academia's work process.
Kale's come a long way.
Yeah.
She's much more confident at dealing with other people these days.
Everyone's a work in progress. You never...
Yeah, true.
I'm excited for Sethos. I generally like him now. I kind of wonder if there will be any remnants of
that was good. It feels like everything's fun. Life is all about these moments when you can finally relax and hang out with good friends after a job well done.
Do you 3 have anything planned for the rest? If not, would you come somewhere with me? That's a secret for now.
Okay. I think I can guess where you're talking about.
Well, now Paimon's cute.
Let's go, let's do it. Atop the tree.
Been a while since I last made my way up here.
Oh, look at this place! We're so high up!
Need any help?
I'm actually a tree climbing champion.
As you wish.
That's a nice spot, isn't it?
What a great view! We're so high up, we can see for months!
Traveler, turn around. This is my secret base. Somewhere I only bring my best friends. When I was a student, I used to slip away and climb up here all the time, just to clear my head. I was quite young then, and hadn't made too many friends yet. Back then, I had a lot of the same questions that Sethos was asking. Who am I? Why do I have this power? And what should I be fighting for? Our gifts help us to find our rightful place in the world. That was my experience. And I'm sure Sethos will figure things out in his own time, too.
As long as Hermanubis' power endures, you will remain inexorably linked to the temple. Inextricably, sorry.
You two really are like brothers.
I feel the same way.
You're a champion now.
Of course.
I still remember one time when we came up here to chat and do our homework. CYNO accidentally dropped a fruit.
Hey, good sir, how you
Luckily,
doing tonight?
he has fast reflexes, so...
That was the one and only time. Nothing will ever slip through my fingers.
Those were good times. I kinda miss the student life.
You know, Paimon really shouldn't be able to imagine CYNO doing something like that, but for some strange reason, the mental image is coming through clear as day.
Then make it stop. It's Professor Cyrus. You guys carry on without me.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah.
Hey, you're not supposed to jump.
He has a glider. He's fine, I'm sure. Or just... Yeah, we jumped from pretty high up. I'm doing good, bro. Yeah, it doesn't believe on him.
how stupid I look in this one.
Professor, what are you muttering to yourself about?
Cyno. Just the man I'm looking for. Guess what I found in some old notebook?
Some old photos?
Little Cyno.
Can you believe it? This notebook was just sitting in a pile of odds and ends in the Sage's office. I must have forgotten to take it with me, and no one's touched it since. I was at the Academia earlier to discuss my workload with Nephis. I swung by the old office to have a look around and just happened to cross. Well, time flies. Look how tiny you are in this picture. Still a kid.
You look quite young yourself in that one. Ah, it's this one. I remember that. Lisa took it, didn't she?
Yep. Looks like her work, all right. Who else could have found just the right angle to...
And this one.
Oh, cheeky girl. Taking secret photos of us without our knowledge.
Is there something you'd like to say to me, Professor?
Like what? Like, these are good photos, aren't... hey, at moments like this, I hardly know where to begin. I can't pretend I'm a good person. But Moon had every reason to despise me. And well, so do you if you feel the same way.
Don't be ridiculous, you old codger.
Is that not what you wanted me to say? Oh, I've dreamt of that place many times after leaving the desert. Sometimes I've dreamed that I was doing research with them again. And other times, I dream of the day they saved my life. Oh, it was one of the happiest times of my life. We all learned so much from one another. You've matured so much over the years, I know.
Since you're my professor, I should save you some face by not calling you out on all the non-answers you just gave.
Good thinking. Take your own advice next time. Seriously, why bully an old man like me? I thought heroes were supposed to be gracious. Hey, wait, how did I not notice this one earlier?
Lisa strikes again.
Look how cute you were when you were little. I remember how well-mannered you were back then, too.
Yeah, and look how serious and professional you used to be.
Oh, I can't compete with you anymore.
Don't say that.
That's more like it. Hey, what would you say to meeting up with Lisa again sometime?
I'd like that. Yeah. Let's find a time and pay her a visit in Mondstadt.
All right, I'll add it to my schedule. Let's go next week. Wait, no. Next week is the tomato growing competition. I have got to beat Zaha.
Or you could find a real hobby.
I mean, gardening's a real hobby, Cyno. Come on. Hey, that was a fun one. I liked it a little better than the first one, which I can barely remember. I'll be real. I read the summary and nothing.
Time has passed too quick, but it turns out grown-up kids are no use. When Nephis comes after me, oh...
Great view today. This atmosphere calls for a joke out of left field, to catch the listener unaware. Great view today. This atmosphere...
Alright, well, I think...
Ad Astra. You have already claimed today's. Ad Astra.
Nowhere to run!
Very curious to see what becomes of CYNO'S. Alright, we have just about two. You know what? Hold on, I think about here. really wonder how Sethos' fighting style is going to tie in. Because we naturally know he's a bow user, an electric bow user. I'm probably going to do some more research into Tula
and bad.
And things like that.
In the end,
Ziphos, who has several
all
weapons
will
in the
be
game,
placed upon the scales.
That being said, I streamed a little bit longer than I thought I was going to. But hey, we did the whole music event and CYNO'S story, which is a little over 2 hours. And it's pretty cool. But yeah, I think that is where I'm going to call it for now. I will be back tomorrow to do a stream of Unicorn Overlord and Sandland. For this, hoping I'll be able to get Sandland in tonight. Alright. Yeah, but that's where I'm going to call it. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Shout out UX, Earth and So, Bacon, Ruby Miller, all awesome. If you want to catch more, you can follow me here at Twitch or over my YouTube, Hollow Avarice. That's all for this thing that
Luck
I'm doing.
can swing the results of a single game, but it's bound to run out sooner or later.
Until next time, stay awesome. Bye, guys.